You can begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to call the November 9th Charlotte City Council meeting to order and say thank you to everyone that's listening in or is watching us. Tonight's meeting is a virtual meeting, and it's being held under the regulations and requirements with notice and access and minutes through electronic means. You can watch this meeting on the government channels, the city's Facebook page, or on the YouTube page for the city. What I'd like to do first is have everyone introduce themselves. I am Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor, and then we'll go to the next person.
Julie Eisel, serving at large and mayor pro tem.
Malcolm Graham, Charlotte City Council District 2.
Mr. Eggleston.
Larkin Eggleston, City Council District 1.
All right, and now on virtual in the meeting, I will start with the at-large council members.
Braxton Winston at large.
Dimple Ajmera at large.
All right, and then the district representatives.
Renee Johnson, District 4.
Mr. Bakari, are you with us?
Tarek Bakari, District 6.
All right. We will have other members of the council join us. In addition to, we have our team of staff here. We'll start with the city attorney.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
All right, thank you, everyone. That's the way that we start our meetings. The next item that we have on our agenda is a brief invocation. This invocation recognizes that it is about our proceedings and how we do our work together, and it is not intended to be a religious or a faith-based for requests to members of our community, because we do recognize that we celebrate religious diversity, and we also celebrate those that are without a religious faith. So with that, I am going to ask if we could take a moment. This is a very familiar prayer to all of us, but sometimes I think it's a reminder. If you would bow your heads if you choose, and I am going to read something very familiar, but I think important for this proceeding and this night and the evening. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Living one day at a time, enjoying one moment at a time, accepting hardships as the pathway to peace, taking, as he did in the sinful world as it is, not as I would have it, trusting that he will make all things right if I surrender to his will, that I may be reasonably happy in this life and supremely happy with him forever. Amen. Thank you very much. And now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance recited by Councilmember Eggleston, and we will stand and listen to his pledge. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. So we are now going to move to the portion of our agenda that is about the presentations that we're going to take. But before we begin that, if you would just give me a moment of personal privilege. There have been a number of emails around how we do our procedures and what we've been doing. And I take full accountability for the exceptions that we may have made to our policies and procedures for having our meetings. Since then, I have now pulled out all of our rules of procedure to have with me at every meeting, and the city attorney is going to consistently advise me so that we can have a consistency in our agenda, which is basically the rules of placing the items on the council agenda, how we review the council agenda, and the manager provides additional information, how we have our strategy sessions, how we have our business meetings or zoning meetings, how we have staff work with us for research and efforts that we are having to provide the information that we need to make decisions. So with that, I would say that for those that have asked, well, how do you compare this to that? What we're going to do is go strictly by the procedures that we have to be consistent in them so that we will work together to move the city forward under the issues. The manager will join in his preparation of the agenda that we have to make sure that we're clear on what actions we're taking. So with that, I would say thank you for the inquiries, but we will start in this direction. And if you could see me, you would see that I am holding up my procedure book, and I will have that with me, as well as the advice from the attorney. So with that, we need to go ahead and start the action review, and I turn it over to the city manager.
Mayor, what we have on the agenda tonight are, Marie is in the room for any consent items, questions and answers. We also have the tree canopy action plan that's come through the Transportation and Planning and Environment Committee. Corridors of Opportunity update, which is a combination of some of the work that's been happening through the Safe Charlotte, as well as the Corridors of Opportunity. And then lastly, as we said last week, we will have Dana Fenton come tonight to discuss the proposed 2021 state and federal legislative agendas. So, Mayor, unless you have any questions, Marie is available to take any consent item questions.
All right. Are there questions that were not included in the information that you've gotten in terms of early questions that came in? Mr. Winston, do you have any, are the response adequate for you?
Yes, the responses were adequate. Will there be somebody from CMPD to kind of answer any specific follow-up?
I can't hear you.
Yes, the answers to the questions I submitted were sufficient. Will CMPD be available for any kind of specific follow-up questions?
Yes, sir. We'll have Deputy Chief Brochu available.
Thank you very much.
All right. And then I think that covers everything that was submitted in advance. Hearing no further questions, Mr. Jones. And I also wanted to say one other thing. Last week when Mr. Winston was coming in a little bit later, he sent me a text. I do not read text during this meeting because it's so hard to keep up with everything that's going on virtually as well as in person. And it's important that if you have a comment or question or want to speak, that you let Ms. Jackson know, and then she lets me know. It's not that I'm ignoring anything, it's just that I'm trying to keep it all in order. Okay? So with that, Mr. Jones, there's no further questions about the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So we have to switch up the agenda right now, and instead of having the tree canopy action plan, we will start off with the Corridors of Opportunity update. But that's going to take us a minute or two to get everybody in the room.
Okay, so we're just changing the order of the events that are on the action agenda.
That is correct.
So is everybody understood? We're going first with opportunity corridors. All right.
So Donata, are you able to advance this for me? Okay. So Mayor, members of council, I thought that it was important for me to give you a little bit of an intro to where we are, because as we were working as a team, it became very clear to us there's a lot of work that's being done from violence interrupters to cure violence to Safe Charlotte to these corridors of opportunity. And so what I'd like to do before Tracy and Taiwo come in tonight to provide you with updates is to try to connect some dots. We've been working with the county and our community partners trying to address this issue of violence for well over a year, and we've looked at it as a public health crisis. But if you start to look at this, pulling these two together, the Safe Charlotte and the Corridors of Opportunity, we're really trying to work together for a more vibrant Charlotte. And as you can see, we are addressing issues from public spaces to free public Wi-Fi, which, spoiler alert, there'll be an announcement this week with some great work that's happening with our CIO to workforce development, economic development, affordable housing. So they all come together. At the same time, this is a new approach that we have with corridors. And one of the issues, and I'll go back to the January annual strategy meeting where Mr. Graham, and I know he's tired of me always referencing him, but again, the concept was 10, 20, 30, 40 years and what has changed. And we're starting to see more action because we're taking this comprehensive approach. And so if we go to the next slide, we started off really with these, we called them hot spots, and we moved away from hot spots, and I guess that's the salmon color, okay? And we called them priority areas. And we realized that if we were able to address crime in these priority areas, that we believe that we could make a dent in this as long as we're looking at this as a public health crisis. And so what you'll see is some overlap when we start to talk about the priority areas that started off with this violence prevention, as well as the corridors that are in blue. And you can see that 3 of these priority areas that overlap with the corridors. So the work that's being done in the priority areas is in effect helping us create these vibrant communities also in the corridors of opportunity. If we go to the next slide, and I think this one's important, and it's very visual. This is visual. You've seen this before. It's our framework to address violence. This was something that the council approved back in January. But what we put is we put Safe Charlotte over top of it, because now this framework to address violence falls within the Safe Charlotte framework. If we go to the next slide, this is something that's, I think, unique for me, is that now I'm showing you a slide that the county has in their slide deck, which basically, if we flip back, has the same framework. Some of the words change a little bit as we go forward, but the county is also using the same framework, and the Deputy Health Director provided this briefing to the County Board of Commissioners back at their October retreat. As we go forward, and I think this is the gold star that we're trying to achieve through this collaborative work. So you will see, Tracy come in, you'll see Ty come in. Over time, there will be Liz. We'll also have Pam. So we're taking what used to be bits and pieces, whether it's an infrastructure project or an ED project, and we're putting together with the whole concept of having program and project implementation. So where do we start with this continuum? Before the budget was passed, we had, and what you see in bold would be those areas that are both a focus area and a corridor of opportunity. So where we have with extensive community engagement is complete, you get to that next step, which is program and project implementation. And because Beatties Ford Road and LaSalle had already had what we call playbooks put together, and West Boulevard, who has a playbook put together, they were so much further along than some of the other corridors. And so we even have available literally the West Boulevard playbook. And we had a great event out there last week. So having said that, right now, as we move forward, we have moved Beatties Ford Road and LaSalle and the West Boulevard into the program and project implementation phase. And you will see some of those on the docket tonight. But what you will also see tonight is that as Ty comes in, he'll talk about the I-85 in West Sugar Creek, what we call this planning stage where we can get to eventually a playbook. You get to a playbook, you have the opportunity for program and project implementation, as well as Central Avenue and Albemarle, which, as we start to think about this, Mr. Newton, that's the heart of what we're doing in terms of Eastland Mall. So when we look at this FY 2022 budget, conceptually we'll have Freedom in Wilkinson, in North Tryon and North Graham. It will also begin their playbooks. But what you'll hear from Tracy and what you will hear from Ty tonight is this not one size fits all. these are 6 individual areas that we will take feedback from the community, but more importantly, feedback from you as to where we'd like to go. So directionally, we feel that with, only a few months in the current fiscal year, we are leaps and bounds ahead of where many people thought we could be if we started back in January. But I just thought it was important to put that together because these aren't really separate initiatives, and we need to begin to think about these as one. So with that said, I will turn it over. I don't know if Tracy's up first or Ty. I guess it's Tracy's up first to talk about the corridors of opportunity.
Thank you, Manager Jones. Good evening, everyone. Let's see, move it to the next slide. So I will try to be brief in some of this. As I know that you all have heard a lot of this in the past, but I do want to continue the momentum of what Manager Jones just said, is we have a lot going on in these. And as we just wrapped up the Workforce and Business Development Committee, I highlighted, and you'll see here as I go through, we've got work and we've got momentum on 4 of the 6 in just a matter of months that staff has done, whether it be through a design sprint or economic development projects and a lot of different initiatives. And so we'll highlight a lot of that coming up. Again, you all know where this started. This started with push from a lot of council members about a year ago. This started with a conversation about we have to continue to keep a focus on these. And you all solidified that, I think, last year at the retreat, and then followed it up with a commitment in the budget for the $24.5 million in the corridors. And that really put staff to work. But what we wanted to do was really pivot our approach, and it pushed the team very hard, because if you're still telling us that the community is telling you you're not seeing the results that they want to see, we're not seeing things, I don't think we're doing things the right way. And so what we really wanted to do was take all the great work that's been done in the community and look and see, is there a different way to implement the work and the vision that the community has, that you all have, really that gets us to results. And that's led us to a slightly different approach. But I want to emphasize, in some of these corridors, like a Beatties Ford or West Boulevard, where there was a playbook, or there's a lot of community work like Urban Maine that had already occurred, this is not about it's not about new work necessarily, it's about how do we implement to see the real impact that everyone wants to see and get to the results. So we took a system that was a little bit different, and I should step back, and I should have said this on the last slide, I apologize, but we also organized, the manager has organized in a little bit of a different way. Historically, a lot of times you've had a lot of different staff from a lot of different departments who work well together in coordinating the work in the corridors. But what we didn't have and what we were lacking is what I call that director team or that executive team that's focused consistently on corridors. And so the manager asked several of us, Taiwo, myself, Liz Babson and CDOT, Pamela Weidman, to come together to have a regular standing meeting, standing focus on these corridors. And we do that with the assistance of Cherry Grant. And then we pull in other departments and teams as needed. But you have multi-layers now that are built in. Part of what that's done is that's gotten us to this approach of an ecosystem and really looking geographically at some specific areas. This is Beatties Ford and LaSalle, which I'll go through in more detail, but not look at it as what economic development projects can we do, but really think across all the departments, across all the initiatives. And this is where it gets to what the manager was saying earlier is, Safe Charlotte and some of the initiatives within Safe Charlotte are running a little bit of a different course, but it's all interconnected, and we can't lose sight of that. And so we talk about violence interrupters as much as we talk about economic development projects, and we think about how all these things layer together so that in a shorter amount of time, you can really stand there in an intersection and see all of the different things that we have tried to implement. If we tried to do it corridor-wide all at once, we just don't have enough money to do that fast enough. The goal would be you see real change at certain intersections or certain locations in corridors, and that starts organic change throughout our corridors because you can see a real impact. There's also always going to be corridor-wide initiatives. We would never lose sight of some of those, but for the larger pieces, we want to keep it geographically focused. So let me go through with you on Beatties Ford really quick, the 5 points. We have several different initiatives that are underway. And the first one, economic development. You have an RCA tonight for the Sankofa Development Project, where we are proposing to do, I think it's a $180,000 grant, if I have that one correct. We've got 3 of them tonight on Beatty's Ford, so. And then you have housing projects would continue to support through housing rehab. We have the 5 Points Plaza that's coming online that we're having continued conversations with the redevelopment of the A&P site about how does that redevelopment further support the plaza space? How do we continue to program the plaza space in ways that we need? Obviously, the Gold Line coming online will be a significant change for this area. We're talking about Wi-Fi at the 5 Points intersection, and then the Urban Arboretum Trail is a pilot project to further ped and bike connectivity in the area. So as you can see, it's not one project, it's a layer of multiple projects that we are looking at. We also have consistent conversations or ongoing conversations with Johnson Smith University. How do we partner with them here at this intersection as well as throughout the whole corridor? Moving up the corridor at Oaklawn, we have the Excelsior Club, which everyone knows about. And then we are also looking at other business matching grants in the area. We have the TLC by CLT rehab program in Washington Heights. We're talking about placemaking projects, including the signal and intersection at Oaklawn and Beatty's Ford. We have an economic development project that we are starting to dig into at this intersection as well. And then we have intersection improvements I mentioned at Oaklawn, those enhancements, the Urban Arboretum Trail again here, as well as Street Eats. I apologize, I'm jumping all over the place. And then we are looking at Wi-Fi CAS from CMPD at that intersection as well. I would be remiss if I didn't say to Councilmember Graham that we are also looking at ways that we can work with Charlotte Water to be a partner at their corner. And what we can do there, other ways to further brand this kind of intersection and show improvements at this intersection. Moving on up the road, we have the Beatty's Ford corridor in LaSalle, Beatty's Ford and LaSalle, excuse me. We have 2 council actions tonight on 2 different corners of this intersection. I think it's so exciting when we can carry that momentum going through 2 of the 4 corners of the intersection. Both of these RCAs tonight are with eFix Development Group. They have closed on 1 corner, and we'll be looking at a grant in the sum of $250,000 and then a $500,000 loan. You may have seen in recent weeks, this is where Chase Bank has announced that they are going to anchor this project. So we're really excited about this one to come in and move forward. A little bit further behind that one is across the street at 2020 Beatty's Ford Road, which eFix Development again, and we're looking at a $904,000 loan along with a $180,000 grant. And so again, we're getting creative with these tools. These are new tools that we're bringing forward, that we are developing, with kind of policy at the same time. But we think that it's really important for this intersection because this puts a stake in the ground for us and showing that we are dedicated to these corridors in an intersection that I know that Councilmember Graham and others have said is an intersection that really needs to see some change and some positive impact. Corridor wide, let's see, whoops, sorry. Sneak preview there. Corridor wide, like I said, we don't, just because I want to focus a couple of areas geographically, it doesn't mean we turn our back on the rest of the corridor. We still have economic development initiatives, business matching grants. We look at entire corridor. We're also kicking off, I think this is very important for all council members, but especially ones who have corridors, is this labor market study. Our Workforce and Business Development Committee has taken through a conversation in September. This was a council a referral from the mayor around Safe Charlotte, where we really started to focus on unemployment in our corridors and how do we solve that. And what we found is we needed to do a deep dive. There's a disconnect in what jobs are available and who is looking for a job. And so the study and this survey, we have the data. The survey now is really going to help us get more of that anecdotal kind of insight to what's going on. So that's going to launch this week, and we will push it out to all of you guys, but it's really important, not just if you have a corridor, but for all of you to push it out to people in the corridors or community leaders that can help us get that information. We also have housing in neighborhoods, the healthy community sweeps that we've done in Beatties Ford and the entire corridor, planning. We talk about public space and activation, transportation and infrastructure. We're looking at parallel bike boulevard from Oak Lawn and Gilbert Street, updating street lighting, and community safety and asset-based community development with the Neighborhood Coalition. And then, like I said, free public Wi-Fi. These are things that we're not talking about. These are things that we are launching into. These aren't, it's not what's about to happen or what we're looking at or we're just discussing. Like I said, this is the work that we are doing in the corridors. Moving quickly to West Boulevard. We had a great event last week. Here's a lot of images from it. I was hoping that Councilmember Watlington would be able to give a little bit of her insight on it. But we launched a lot of great projects in this, and we turned, we turned our attention from Beatties Ford a little bit to get going on West Boulevard. Again, West Boulevard, like Beatties Ford, had a lot of work that had already been done and has a playbook. And so it was very easy for us to jump in and understand what does the community want to see. And so at last week's event, we announced business matching grants for Mr. Jim's Pizza as well as City West Commons. We announced financial support for the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition as well as Three Sisters Market. I mentioned the labor market study. We did a healthy community sweep, TLC by CLT program in Revolution Park. And planning, we're going to do a walking tour soon, I think it's next week, to look at things like the 77 underpass, as well as how do we get more creative with our transit stops or bus stops along West Boulevard to enliven what West Boulevard really is. And then also looking at infrastructure improvements at Remount and West Boulevard. And then I mentioned free public Wi-Fi as well as nuisance abatement are in the corridor as well. The Wi-Fi would be at the City West Commons as well, where the event was last week. I-85 in Sugar Creek, I'm not going to spend a lot on this one because it's going to be your next presentation, but just wanted to show you that a design sprint has been done there, and you'll get the overview on that. But again, it's another one of the 4 corridors. Then lastly, I will finish up here. Hold on 1 second. There we go. I don't have to tell you, Eastland. We'll have the 2 council actions on that tonight, but I do see that as the kind of nucleus for getting started on Central and Albemarle. That's a great start. And then we have Freedom and Wilkinson, which we continue to start to look into a little bit more, as well as Graham Street and North Tryon. We recognize, and the manager said it, all of these corridors are different. What's happening at Graham Street and North Tryon with Camp North End and some other redevelopment that has spun adjacent to that, not associated with Camp North End, is different than what we're seeing in other corridors. What's happening on Freedom is different than what we're seeing in other corridors. And so we'll spend some time digging into these corridors as well. The one thing with Camp North End that I will say that I think is really exciting that hasn't really gotten a lot of notoriety, which is you had a Fortune, even though it's a shorter term lease, you had a Fortune 50 take a lease at Camp North End. We couldn't imagine that years ago. I mean, so you're now starting to put jobs in this corridor, and I think it's really exciting for what it's doing for this area. We also know that there is momentum on putting a grocery store prospect on Statesville. And so again, a lot of great things and a lot of great focus that council has put to these corridors in the past is now paying off. And we just want to generate that momentum for all 6 corridors. But there's a lot that's happened on 4 in 4 or 5 months. So good stuff. And with that, I want to play, where's Donata? We can play it again? Okay. I just have to always remind you guys and end with the video, and then we will talk about 85 in Sugar Creek. No, you're fine.
unsure where the sound is, you all, sorry.
Well, we see these pictures, and I think they're absolutely fabulous, no matter sound or not. We know where these are and what you're trying to show us.
That won't happen.
So with that, I will turn it over to Ty.
So,
Thank you, Tracy.
thanks, Tracy. Mayor, members of council, before Ty comes up, great job, Tracy. She's handing off to Ty. Ty's going to do an exceptional job, too. One of the things that I would like to remind council is that this is the beginning of a process for I-85 and Sugar Creek. So where we were able to jump into those first two corridors because the hard work had been done. And I believe Councilmember Johnson will chime in at some point during this. This is not even the playbook yet. I'll call it almost pre-playbook, but it has a lot of community input, and this is how we start a process. So I'll turn it over to Ty.
Mr. Jones, before you turn it over to Ty, I just want to make sure that I got a couple of guiding principles for all of this work. One is the collaboration between the city and the county.
Absolutely.
That we're working in a public health, creating a continuum of care around violence and those kinds of things in our safe communities. Mantra will go through every corridor. And then the other thing I heard you say that is that the engagement of what citizens want is to make sure that all the corridors reflect their history and their culture, and not reflect what we want to completely rechange, that some of this is dependent upon retention of our history as well, or their culture and history.
Absolutely.
And then the final thing that I heard you say, or the third principle I heard you say, is that what you call placemaking or signature projects. On Beatties Ford, it's LaSalle and Oakline. On West, it's Remount Road. But all of these are getting some funding because they will be the signature projects, and that they will be the catalyst, and not everybody will not be in the same situation, but a catalyst will follow with the private sector in development. So those are the three principles that I heard, and that's what I hope that we'll see for all of them.
Yes.
Am I hitting the mark?
You nailed it.
Did I left anything off?
No, that's
Okay.
perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Great. Really good segue, because each of these corridors, they're all different. And I think that the Manager Jones emphasized that. Tracy also mentioned that. One of the things that I had shared with Great Neighborhoods when I presented to them on visions for corridors of opportunities, I'd mentioned that while they may be old, we do have area plans for most geographies in our city. But there's something different about West Sugar Creek 95, and it's that there is nothing like that. There's no area plan. And as we talked about corridors of opportunities, the baseline for us has been to examine, no matter how old they are, what were the community input into those area plans that are going to influence what we do today. And where they're old, like West Sugar Creek, we were able to quickly come up to speed with a playbook, which was done a couple years ago. And then for Beatties Ford Road, there's been a whole lot of things that have been happening, such as urban main, such as placemaking program that really allowed us to quickly pivot and do work on that corridor. This is a little different. And for us, in planning, when you don't have that, you get tactical. And so what does that really look like in terms of how that influences eventually what happens with the investment that's community-driven, but that also becomes what happens in this corridor, hence the design sprint process, which is very short, very fast, but it involves community members as well. And so this has this started right about late last year, and we identified it as a corridor that definitely needed priority in terms of focus. but also as one of the opportunities that's been presented to us to do something that's different, that could be a model for how we approach some of the other corridors, essentially giving the community a toolkit to develop what they really truly want in their own community. So we embarked on this 3-month process now that's kind of gone through this summer, the summer of this year, and I have to give credit to a lot of our staff, whether they are economic development or planning or housing, even county staff, and the community CMPD, who quickly had to change, position once COVID-19 hit us to see how could we continue to engage the community in that process. It's about 0.2 square miles of an area right around that West Sugar Creek interchange. I went back again on Friday and really drove through this entire area from late afternoon into the evening. And it's very interesting that while we pulled some of this data together some time ago, it's really still what you see there for the most part, even today. But that's really the makeup of this study area, high concentration of hotels and state-owned roads just within 0.2 square miles of an area. That's also very unusual, but also a very attractive regional interchange that is people coming from different parts of the country, really from other states, are able to pass through this place on their way somewhere. So definitely a very attractive opportunity to do something different here. But as we, and to build on what we have here rather today, but one thing that's very important to a design sprint is that you don't just do this as a staff. This is really community driven. So around 20 different individuals representing businesses, property owners, neighborhoods, community-based organizations, nonprofits, like I mentioned, city and county staff participated in weekly meetings over a 3-month period, sharing information, processing data, and then agreeing upon a particular direction of how we should build on what we have here today and continue to make some differences. But it was also very clear to us that we were doing 2 things at the same time. The corridor, this particular corridor, could be leveraged to really position Sugar Creek for future community-driven investment, while we're also talking about safety in the areas for those who live there, more importantly, those who walk there, those who visit the area. My barber shop is in this area, so shout out to him. But it's really very important that when we consider what a corridor can do, it's not just about improving safety in the place, but how can you also use it as a platform to really have community-driven investment in that space. The first thing, of course, as you get into this process of design sprint is identify the conditions in the corridor. I shared a little bit of that, but the fact is that this particular corridor has gone from its original use and intent. There are 13 hotels in the area, which is really probably the highest concentration at any interchange in this city. The businesses and infrastructure are very auto-oriented. That's not so unusual because of the interchange, and intended for short stays, travelers passing through. But we also quickly observed that the hotels and businesses and even the streetscapes, they've taken on unintended uses. Therefore, we definitely need to use these corridors of opportunity as a way to turn things around. Working with all these partners, community members, businesses, property owners, city, county staff, we started to talk about what will it look like short-term, near-term, and long-term wins for us. And we came up with 5 different points as to what should really guide us in terms of what we do in this area, starting with long-term commitment through partnerships. It's about trust. It's about building trust within the community, but between them and us as well with regards to the work that we're trying to do. Evaluate the hotels concentrations that we have in this area, knowing fully well how important it is to housing affordability for some people, but also understanding that some of them have started, to take on uses they were not really originally intended for. How can we make sure that we really help to do something that's different that will really strengthen the uses that are supposed to be here, while at the same time understanding that there are people who really need to be protected when it comes to affordability of living spaces. But also, how could it be more community-oriented rather than auto-oriented? And how can we also help to identify this place more like a gateway, so to speak, that something catalytic has to be done in the area in order for us to be able to achieve that. We identified a number of projects as we went into this, but my attention for you will be to numbers 1, 2, 4, and 5, but especially number 2, that in order for us to really be able to move forward from this place, we need to take another look, which could take us another maybe 6 to 12 months or shorter, maybe 6 to 9 months, to do some playbook with the community. What that does, it allows us to broaden the engagement that we've had to date. It allows us to bring in different stakeholders, other stakeholders, but it also allows us to be able to learn from some of the work we're doing right now on Beresford and West Boulevard, and what can we learn from where we are today to apply to this area. But our playbook will really be in the mold of what we've done for West Boulevard, that will identify some of the key projects that we believe will be right for this particular space. Again, this is really trying to position us as the next space that we embark upon in our Corridors of Opportunities program. Thank you. I think we can both take questions if you have any.
Okay, are these questions overall for Tracy and Ty at the same time? So I know that I have Mr. Graham, Mayor Pro Tem, and Mr. Eggleston, and Mr. Winston. Mr. Graham?
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot to say, Grandpa Graham.
Yeah, that works too. Thank you.
We're so excited to have you join the realm of having children.
Again, yes. Carter Logan Kofi Meckinson. So,
Exciting.
3 days old.
Yay.
Yeah.
Wonderful news.
So, more of a comment than a question. One, I really believe that you should give credit where credit is due. And I think the work that the management team from the manager's office and Tracy and Ty, in terms of taking a concept that we talked about in early January and really kind of dotting the I's and crossing the T's and funding it through the budget, and now implementing it as a citywide initiative, not just a Beatty'sford Road thing or a West Boulevard, but being able to connect the dots so council can see exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it on behalf of so many quarters throughout the city. I think it's really, really great work. So I really want to start there and acknowledge the work that staff has done in a short period of time, literally. And I think that needs to be applauded. I also want to, she's not here, I don't think she's even on the line, Councilmember Wallington, for the event she had last week, Thursday, on West Boulevard, which kind of kicked off her event, I thought was really, really well put together, and she looked like Oprah out there giving away checks, but she was really investing in community organizations and those individuals there on the ground doing the work, investing in the people. And I just want to thank her for what she's done over there and really kind of doing her fair share to really giving this quarters of opportunity the type of momentum needed to be successful. Lastly, I think it needs to be said that what we're doing is intentional. These are not things that have just fallen off the ledger, but we're really being focused and intentional in terms of taking the opportunities where they are. We don't get a chance to choose the partners that we partner with, but we really find a way to make those partnerships work. And so I look forward to later in the agenda where we kind of talk more about that in the partnerships that we're creating tonight. And lastly, I think the mayor kind of hit on 2 points that I really, really want to focus on as we move forward with this. One is that we still have to pay attention to what's happening on the ground in these corridors as relates to public safety, and that the cure of violence, assessment that's going on right now is critical for what's happening on Beattysford Road. But more importantly, I think it's critical that we really begin to work with the county and others to really focus on the wraparound service necessary to make sure that people on these corridors are a part of the change and not victims of it. That if they need help, and this is a conversation I've already had with the manager in reference to really kind of creating some type of help center support. So if someone has a problem, someone has an issue on any of these corridors, whether it's substance abuse, mental health, I need a job, I need to be able to focus on generational wealth. How do I do that? I need credit counseling. I need home ownership counseling, that we really provide the type of wraparound services so we can make sure that the residents on any of these corridors feel that they are part of the change, not victims of it, and that we're giving them the type of support so that they can do just that. And then lastly, this COVID-19 is kind of crazy because, we've been doing a lot of work, but we really have not been able to really engage the community like I would like to, simply because of making sure that we take care of one another. So I don't want to leave the notion that we're doing this in a vacuum without trying to communicate, educate, work with the community. In many cases, as Ty has said, that a lot of the community plans are already in place, and what we're doing really is just implementing the will of the people. And so I really want to thank everyone for the work that they've done thus far, and I look forward to later in the agenda where I can speak some more. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Taiwo and Tracy, for the presentation, to staff who's done all this work. I think from an at-large perspective, it's exciting because it's taking a lot of the principles we've talked about and really focusing on the needs of particular areas, recognizing that they're different and they have different needs. So one question I have, though, is there an opportunity in areas such as Beattysford Road or the Sugar Creek area to do a first mile, last mile, incorporate first mile, last mile initiatives? Because when I think about Beattysford Road, I think it would be perfect. It's something that we kind of tried, I guess, with Lyft and CATS a year or two ago. And then I haven't really heard much more about it, but I think about the investment that we're making in the Gold Line and that we've made in the Blue Line, and really giving people access in neighborhoods that are not uptown dense neighborhoods, but they're pretty close to uptown, and getting folks to work, giving them the option to be able to use light rail or bus is important. So any thought about that?
So Ty, if you'll let me jump in first, and then you can bring it home. So Mayor Pro Tem, that's why when we put that $10 million together on the operating side, about $1.5 million was set aside for placemaking, transit, and the Jumpstart grant. So the concept is money should not be an issue in the corridors when we're trying to experiment with things. So if there is an opportunity for first mile, last mile, we have resources that are set aside under the transit bucket that could help with that. But that's just from a high level, Ty. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, yes, it is possible. I'll have to take a step back and look at what we have in our Envision My Ride, where we really actually address some of those. But usually ridership and gaps in service usually is what triggers first mile, last mile. Both corridors, frankly speaking, all these corridors lend themselves to that. And I'm sure that once we start talking about central Albemarle and economic development opportunities along that corridor, you probably will see that even more so in terms of the need. So like the manager said, we'll be looking closely at what's already in Envision My Ride as to how can we leverage the existing transit services to help people get to it quicker and in such a way. And it doesn't have to be that it's a dependence on micro-mobility only, but once you start widening sidewalks, for example, provides people opportunity to be able to access transit service on a major corridor. So we can get back to you on that, but it's definitely something we'll be looking at as we develop some of these projects.
I like Mayor Pro Tem's comment about how do we move around, especially crosswalks. There's a park across the street from a major development, and you can't get there safely. So, Mr. Eggleston.
Thank you. Just one point on the Sugar Creek 85 stuff. Excited about all this and appreciate the presentation. All of the people you have listed as neighborhood residents that have been engaged on the Sugar Creek and 85 work are from the north side of Sugar Creek. There's nobody representing the neighborhood on the south side of Sugar Creek. And while most of the challenges and opportunities are on Sugar Creek itself, and they're the same for either side neighborhood-wise, the folks on the south side, which is my district, have a unique perspective. Some of those communities that are adjacent to the park obviously face some different, a different set of circumstances or challenges or opportunities. So, and those are all going to be, as I recall, the rezoning we did, at this point, it might have been a couple years ago, but there was one we did on Sugar Creek, and I think there's a hawk signal going in right there, kind of near the park. So those neighborhoods are going to be all the more connected once there's a safe way for pedestrians to cross mid-street. And just want to make sure we are getting perspectives from both of those neighborhoods, not just one.
Great point, Mr. Eggleston. Next, I have Mr. Winston.
Thank you. I guess this question or comment is directed at Tracy, Ms. Dotson, and Economic Development. I'm concerned that I continue not to see an explicit gentrification mitigation strategy in these corridors of opportunities plans. And one thing I'd like to clarify, I've heard many of my colleagues say this in the past, there is no such thing as good gentrification. Gentrification should not be mixed up with development. There is good development, but gentrification equates to improvement of neighborhoods or development of neighborhoods that increases the quality, the perceived quality, while replacing the people, that are in that area of development. So the folks that they are there now who need the development are not able to, I guess, enjoy that development. Obviously, we in Charlotte have a long history of this. I don't want to go through step by step over decades, but one of the ways I also want us to really kind of dive into this is to think about how this has manifested itself more recently. You know, we look at some of these neighborhoods, right? Let's look at the Sugar Creek and I-85. When I first was elected 3 years ago, it was one of the deadliest years in Charlotte. And the neighborhood of Belmont was a place that was often looked at. And there has been obviously a lot of development and gentrification that has happened in Belmont. And there's not as much violent crime occurring now as there once was. But I remember coming in and talking to some folks from CNPD. They're like, we should not celebrate what has happened in Belmont, because what we're seeing is the same people that were in need of services in Belmont weren't all of a sudden cured. They had just been pushed out of Belmont, and now those folks were showing up in the I-85 and Sugar Creek section. So if we don't have this gentrification mitigation strategy, we might improve these areas, but actually not improve the situations of the people who need it the most. So I asked Tracy to consider that and see where we are at this point in time, because I do have some concerns with some of the decisions that we are going to make tonight, that they're not in line with any type of gentrification mitigation strategy.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jones?
Yeah, so Councilmember Winston. Tracy, I'll try to take the first stab at this. Again, back to this overall strategy around the corridors of opportunity and that $10 million that I would call on the operating side. There's $2.5 million to set aside for housing. Specifically, we had a program over the course of the last 2 years that was called Aging in Place. And what we're doing is, with the help of Cherry Grant and the team that she's working with, is this concept of staying in place so that it's not necessarily age dependent, but those individuals who are in these corridors of opportunity who want to remain there have a toolbox, whether it is CLT, TLC, whether it's rehab programs or anything that we can do that is within the law as it relates to any type of tax freezes, abatements, things of that nature. So that's a program that's being worked on. Again, in that toolbox, $2.5 million is split between this, the land trust, the West Boulevard Land Trust, and the concept of staying in place that hopefully we'll have for you at the January retreat.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
I'd love Tracy's follow-up, but I would again just say that we have to call it out, that staying in place, aging in place, these are all, good things, but, gentrification happens on the spectrum. And we have to make that a priority to eliminate that or keep that as low as possible, not just some, but for all.
So Mr. Jones answered it from a housing perspective. I want to answer it from a jobs perspective. And you heard us back in September, and you've heard me a couple of times start to talk about the work that we're doing in our corridors, where we're really, truly trying to understand what is the talent in the corridors, what is the opportunity, what are the jobs that are needed, and make sure that we are coupling those. And so, Councilmember Winston, to your point, I think it's about protecting homes and the living aspect of it too, but I think it's also an economic mobility and finding the right jobs that are needed in the corridor today, but are also needed to grow in the corridor for tomorrow. So the people who are in the corridor today can find a job in the corridor and stay in the corridor, or close to the corridors, I should say. And so we're really looking a deep dive again with what is the talent in the corridors, what is living in our corridors, what are those job opportunities, and then what are the training and upskilling opportunities that we need to provide over the years so you create the right jobs and the jobs grow in the corridor that do keep people in place.
All right, our next council member to be recognized is Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Tracy and Tywell. I just have a couple of questions. For Tracy, I know that you mentioned that you were going to be sending out a survey, and we talked about it in the workforce and development meeting. I want to know if the survey will include questions about wraparound services, about treatment that's needed or services that might be needed so that we can address the true barriers to employment. We talked about that, but I think that aligns with what Councilmember Graham said. Some of these barriers are due to those issues, those hidden issues that need to be assessed so that we can address. And then secondly, I spoke with Tywell yesterday about 85 and Sugar Creek. It's exciting to be addressing the safety concerns and the improvement concerns, but we cannot underemphasize the need to focus on the people that are there. We know that this is a unique area due to the hotels, but those folks are the working homeless. So we cannot ignore that. We have to be very intentional and very strategic. Otherwise, like Councilmember Winston said, if they go from one area to the hotels, the next step will be Tent City, which we want to avoid. So this is where council has the ability to work concurrently on the source of income discrimination policies and the reentry ordinance policies and improving affordable housing so that we give them options. Because if we start to address this corridor, which we know that we want to, we know that there has to be solutions for those individuals. Most of them are not there because they want to be. Unfortunately, that has become Charlotte's affordable housing solution. So this is something, if we want to invest in this area, this is something that we need to be all hands on deck and all programs on deck to provide solutions for those folks that are there. Mr. Jones talked about the toolbox. You know, the 85 in Sugar Creek is, you know, a mile or two from Hidden Valley. So there's going to be a trickle down effect. We need to be addressing that. So I just want to ensure that we're looking at this from a holistic perspective, a comprehensive perspective, because this area is unique, and it's unique because it's an area where our working homeless live. So we just have to be about the solution. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mitchell?
Mayor, thank you so much. Let me just join Councilman Graham and what I call a thank you tour for staff. This started back in January, a great conversation we had at our retreat. Then fast forward to July, the city manager put $24.5 million in the budget. And now here we are today, less than a year, celebrating the great work of staff. I can't imagine, you're talking about six corridors that needed attention. All of them were different. And then you had to please at least 4 different council members to get them excited about their particular corridor. So thank you to city manager for putting the funds there. Thank you for Tracy and your staff for working so hard. Thank you for the district rep for staying engaged. And so as we talk about the 4 projects tonight, Trace, I think you said it best, 4 out of the 6 corridors will be impacted. So I think now we can remove that label that we have out there a lot from some citizens about Charlotte does not put its time and energy in the entire city. We're going to remove that label today, because what we're going to vote on later on, we're going to touch 4 corridors that needed some special loving from the city. So staff, hats off to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to speak a second time, and I think Councilmember Winston brings up a good point about gentrification, but I don't think it should be overlooked that we do have $1 million that we set aside, and as I said earlier in my comments about the need to establish a help center where individuals in any of those corridors who want to stay there, that we can create a center where they can go to get the type of support that they need. Again, whether it's credit counseling, home buying seminars, I think the staying in place is going to be a significant part of that. So I think we're saying the same thing, right? But I think we really need to be as intentional about that, and I think that we are, as about wanting to really begin to bring positive change in those corridors. So I think we're there. Obviously, I wish I had the answer for gentrification. I wouldn't be a council member, I'll be a consultant, right? I'll be all over the country because everyone is trying to balance which comes first, the chicken or the egg. When you clean up a community, when you invest in the community, obviously, there's going to be some unintended consequences, and certainly I think everyone around this dais, I think, is aware of that. Certainly the team and I are, Councilmember Mitchell is as well, and others, in terms of, again, let's make sure that the citizens in these corridors are part of the change and not victims of it. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? So in January, this is kind of a funny thing, is that I heard a council member say that we knew that we could do big economic development. We had Lowe's, we had Lending Tree, and Honeywell before. And so then what the next part was, well, I wonder if we can do little ED. And I think that what we've done is little ED, but it's not just economic development because it meshes with, is what I like to call the history and culture of a community. Mr. Graham didn't say Beatty's Ford Road is now not called Beatty's Ford Road, it's called the Ford. You know, the idea of how you change the way that people see their community through both actions and words matter. And I want to say, I echo the compliments from Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Graham, and the others that have said directly, this team has done little ED, and they've done it in a way that I wish, I don't know what the word is, but it's built a sense of pride and change in how people are viewing these corridors. So I want to say thank you to the manager and the entire team. So Mr. Jones, what's next?
We'll keep it going with big ideas, big concepts, and Taiwo will bring us up to speed with the tree canopy work.
Okay.
Thank you, Manager Jones. So there's 3 parts to this presentation, so I have the easiest part. I'll just use my part to make a connection between the tree canopy action plan and the comprehensive plan, and then turn it over to our Deputy Planning Director, Alison Craig, and our former tree arborist, who is now a Chief Urban Forester, Tim Proder, to walk you through the details. If you will recall, when we were talking about a comprehensive plan, we said that the success of the plan really is key when it comes to leveraging either existing plans or ongoing plans or even proposed plans. Because the comprehensive plan is really that 25,000 feet level. But once we start getting to the things that are values for us as a city, like our trees, or even transportation that could be challenges, how do we make sure that the policies in the comprehensive plan tie very well to the policies that are being developed as part of these other key elements of our community? So tonight, 2 examples of those complementary plans are obviously, one of these is the Tree Canopy Action Plan, which you'll be hearing tonight. The other one is the Strategic Mobility Plan, of which Charlotte Moves is a part, which will eventually come to you for approval. But you're going to hear some things today that really takes us in a different direction as to how we want to make sure that when we look at our tree policies, they don't just stand alone. It's very important that we connect them to how we're growing and developing as a city, but also making sure that we continue to preserve this tree canopy, because it's really one of the things that makes Charlotte, Charlotte. But you're going to also hear about how we compare with peer cities and what those the surveys that Alison and team have done, what those surveys really tell us, what they inform us about how we proceed with some of these big ideas. So I'll turn it over to Alison and team, who have really been doing a lot of the heavy lifting of this work, and then I'll step back and we can take the questions and answers later on. Thank you, Alison.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm here today. Oops, sorry. Okay, thank you. With Tim Porter to give you an update on the Tree Canopy Action Plan. So Charlotte calls itself the City of Trees, and we've long prioritized Charlotte's tree canopy, starting doing analyses of what the canopy was back in 2002. The Urban Forest Master Plan was adopted in 2017. And we recently, last year, did a text amendment, minor text amendment, really affecting 4% of the city of Charlotte, and got such a strong reaction and passion from the community that we knew that while tree canopy would be an important part of the comprehensive plan discussion, it really needed its own channel for discussion. And so we decided to embark on the Tree Canopy Action Plan as a companion document to the 2040 plan. And so it'll be guided by the visions and values of the Charlotte Future 2040, and it will develop tree canopy policies as well as ordinance concepts for the future UDO. So the key deliverables of this effort are on the screen, and the ones that are in bold are the ones that we're going to go over today. So I'm going to turn it over to Tim in a few moments to go over some of the data analysis that we've done recently about the trends and how development has changed and our tree canopy has changed as a result of that. look at some of our peer cities. What are they doing? What are they doing that we could emulate? What could we do? Steal some ideas to make things even better for Charlotte. And then talk about some of the policies that will be a part of the Charlotte 2040 plan. As you all have begun to review that document that came out on October the 31st, you'll see there are some tree canopy policies in there, but that work is still undergoing. We have a stakeholder group that's helping us further develop those and do some community engagement around some of the tree canopy specific policies that will ultimately go into the final draft of the comprehensive plan. We'll come back later with more detailed ordinance concepts and a final report once we've gotten a little further along in the effort. So with that, I will turn it over to Tim.
Thank you, Allison. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Tree Charlotte recently completed some canopy analysis, partnering with the University of Vermont, looking at canopy trends from 2012 to 2018. And good news is Charlotte still has a very significant, robust tree canopy, 45% covering the city. Unfortunately, there has been significant decline over that period of time, 4% from 2012 to 18, from 49 down to 45%. That equates to about 7,600 net acres of canopy loss. The purple, pinkish color you see on the screen represents current canopy. It's hard to see the orange loss or the green gains, but the map is there to suggest that we still have a very robust canopy. The greatest loss by far has been in residential areas and the majority in single-family areas. Looking at this from neighborhood level, these are neighborhood profile areas, or NPAs. The darker orange indicates significant loss. Greens indicate gains, and you can see that most of the NPAs are an orange color. Most significantly, South Charlotte experienced the greatest loss of tree canopy. They also had the most canopy starting out in 2012. If you look at the crescent and wedge geography, the wedge has less canopy loss, but they also started with significantly less canopy. Most areas of gains are related to areas that were very low in tree canopy to start with, or significant reforestation efforts. And breaking this down by zoning classifications, as I said earlier, single-family areas are by far the greatest affected by tree canopy loss, 65%. That also has the most tree canopy as well. And this is the real priority area when we're talking about tree canopy policy. The bulk of our tree canopy is located in single-family areas. And Charlotte doesn't regulate every type of development. This is an image, a snapshot from Myers Park, looking at infill type development or permitting from Mecklenburg County that the city's development center doesn't regulate. The orange blobs indicate tree canopy loss from 2012 to 2018. The yellow points indicate building permits that the city did not review related to land development permitting. The green trees indicate actual tree removal or storm damage response work orders, where the city responded over that period of time to remove a tree. And so we're seeing some correlation related to those two key areas, and we hope to partner with UNCC going forward to do some more analysis to get a better sense of how much canopy loss is really happening in these areas. About 22% of tree canopy loss in single-family areas is related to subdivision development. The rest of that, we're not quite certain. We need to know more about what's happening related to aging canopy, infill development, generally what other impacts are causing tree canopy to decline in those areas. Equity in tree canopy is very important, not just service, maintenance of tree canopy, but access to tree canopy. You can see on the left here, the home corporation rating, traditional red line, community loan rating. Neighborhoods with higher grades have more tree canopy. Neighborhoods with lower grades traditionally have less tree canopy. Those neighborhoods still have significant tree canopy compared to other major cities in the eastern United States, but when you compare it to neighborhoods in Charlotte that are more affluent, higher income, they don't have as much canopy. And the table on the right indicates temperature data related to those. So it's a really obvious indicator of tree benefits and how lower tree canopy equates to higher temperatures. These are areas of opportunity for the tree canopy policy work that our current stakeholder group and the public comments have focused on. So Taiwo spoke of some peer city analysis. These were the cities that our consultants worked with the team to compare Charlotte to. Raleigh, Austin, Atlanta, Washington, D.C. Some similarities with Charlotte, obviously very different realities as well. Major takeaways from that analysis looked at how those cities protect their trees. Most cities have higher tree mitigation and tree in lieu fees, and also charge or apply those mitigation and in lieu charges to more areas than Charlotte does. They also recommended that Charlotte should continue to pursue assistance programs for tree maintenance for underserved neighborhoods. As I said earlier, those neighborhoods traditionally have less tree canopy, but still a very robust canopy when compared to other major cities in this country. Most cities have greater protection measures compared to Charlotte. The consultants also recommended, after looking at the other cities, to explore more flexibility in tree-safe areas, focusing on quality, but also allowing more passive use in these areas across the whole spectrum of urban, other types of commercial, and single-family, less dense areas. Also, many other cities have found success in helping advocate for greater tree canopy policy if there is a wholly unrelated nonprofit group, an advocacy group operating within those communities. So looking at some of the policy work we've recently completed with our stakeholder group and public comment period. The public survey we had online for about a month and a half, we received about 2,400 respondents. We had majority response from neighborhoods with mostly white populations with some college education. We are still segmenting and boiling down the results of that analysis. We hope to have greater success and a greater response across the city. We did not get that. We hope that the comprehensive plan public comment period will provide more insight into tree canopy policy in neighborhoods we did not get a great response from. The survey had 8 essential questions, very basic but very important, that respondents replied to. And looking at some of the results of those questions, on the left, the first question asked respondents, are you aware of the city's 50 by 50 tree canopy goal? And the majority of the response was no. Yes was pretty close, but indicates there's some work to do on awareness. Question 2 at the top of that slide, how do you feel about tree canopy in your neighborhood? Most respondents, again, it's close, but 50% said my neighborhood has the right amount of tree canopy. Question 4 below, are you pleased with the amount of tree canopy in your neighborhood? Or excuse me, citywide. And the answer is no. Citywide, we want more tree canopy. In my neighborhood, I think we have enough. So there's some interesting thinking there we need to boil down and look at when crafting policy. This is a very busy slide, focusing initially on the themes on the left. Some of the major comments and focus areas from the respondents from the survey looked at wanting to slow down tree canopy loss related to development. Preserving existing canopy was the #1 priority among tree issues. The canopy analysis that Tree Charlotte completed, the top recommendation that said the greatest thing you can do for tree canopy is to preserve existing canopy. Awareness and knowledge is needed in greater amounts across the city. Look at our aging canopy and storms. Climate change and storms are having an impact, and our maintenance level is not appropriate for the amount of work that the city has. Bottom right on the slide, question number 3, respondents were given 6 items to look at. The #1 thing is tree maintenance, to sustain tree canopy in our neighborhoods. Citywide, what's the most important thing to do? Preserve trees. Question number 7, what actions would be of greatest benefit for underserved neighborhoods? More tree planting. Go back. As Allison mentioned, tree canopy policy work has been included in the Charlotte Future 2040 Comprehensive Plan, but it's also still ongoing. Looking at some of the policy work that's in that plan, green text indicates language was added to the draft comprehensive plan as a direct result of our stakeholder work and public responses. So goal #1, we added a comfortable tree-shaded component to the 10-minute neighborhood. A high-level objective of that goal area was to ensure that most of these walks and bike routes have a tree-shaded experience and trees as barriers and buffers to encourage use of those pathways and higher qualities of life. Goal 7 is the main focus of tree canopy policy as it's integrated, natural and built environment focused. Again, green text indicates language added directly as a result of the tree canopy action plan's work with the public and the stakeholder group. We added trees as a sustainable city infrastructure element to that goal statement. The proposed policies in those 4 bullets are at various levels of policy framework, from boots on the ground actual programs all the way up to major policy initiatives. One of the areas was, again, to decrease canopy loss in residential areas. Jumping down to the last bullet, there's a lot of interest related to canopy loss in single-family areas, to protecting trees of a certain size and health on private and public property through changes in regulatory requirements and strategic programs that are non-regulatory. Incentives and education as well. Just to show a more example of the policy work, in this place type focus of the comprehensive plan, there's certain urban forest tree canopy characteristics that the stakeholders have been working on. Again, neighborhood 1 is similar to single family areas. This is about 58% of the city's total land area on some of the initial rough mapping work that's been done related to the TCAP project. So most of the, well, it's very important to focus a lot of policy on preservation and planting in this area. And you'll see that there's 4 main bullets that are highlighting the importance of doing that. Preservation, the 3rd bullet down, is very high as a priority, both on public and private property. At the very bottom there, we're proposing a 50 to 60% tree canopy coverage goal for this place type. And a quick comparison to urban place types, regional activity place types represent about 2% of all city land. There's a greater focus on street trees and trees lining pedestrian and bike paths here. We're proposing 90% of these planting locations along those pathways are planted. And at the bottom there, the bullet says, target a range of 15 to 25% tree canopy coverage. So moving on, I'll pass it back to Allison for more indication on what the next steps are.
Thanks, Tim. So I wanted to just talk about what's next for our stakeholder group. We're going to begin talking about some ideas for UDO. I know Mayor Pro Tem asked at TAP recently what the regulatory authority that Charlotte has. So Charlotte's has a local act that gives them express authority to be able to preserve, protect, and issue tree ordinance type of regulations, and other cities have something similar. So some of the ideas that we're going to bring to our stakeholder group are to talk about different tree save requirements by place type. I mean, Tim just showed you 2 different types of places where they just have different canopy coverages, and that's what we would expect in our single family areas. It may be much higher, but say in a regional activity center, there should be other priorities there related to access to transit and affordable housing and things like that. We want to focus on quality of tree canopy, and so maybe creating some flexibility in terms of what those tree save requirements look like. Now we've seen many circumstances where the tree save area is really not of high quality trees, and we'd like to do something different in order to actually have a much higher and robust tree canopy in those areas. The TOD ordinance has a bonus structure where you get additional height or a reduced open space for certain bonuses provided, and the idea is to expand that citywide to put trees in as a bonus menu item, that if people provide more trees or more tree canopy or better tree canopy quality, then they can either have a reduction in their open space or maybe even get some additional height. In December, you all approved a text amendment for the tree ordinance that allowed tree save to be utilized in urban areas. So you could, maybe it's a passive use path, pervious type of pavement, those sorts of things where you're integrating people with trees. And so wanting to see if we can expand that to other types of urban areas. And then we've certainly heard many times that our payment in lieu formula is certainly outdated, and that's something that we would need to update. In terms of overall next steps, Tim and I have been asked a number of times, is the city going to keep the 50 by 50 goal? And the answer is that For now, yes. It's an inspirational rallying cry. It's very motivating goal for our community. And frankly, we don't have enough information to change that or to create a new goal. We're in the middle of developing the city's first comprehensive plan, for growth in 45 years, and it's really going to change how we grow and develop in the future. And so I think it's a little premature to change what those policies are. Instead, what we're focusing on now is positive impact in our community as it relates to tree canopy. So talking about making canopy more equitably, having those benefits more equitably received throughout the community, trying to find ways to help with some of the cost burdens of maintenance that some underserved areas, I think, experience right now. Creating flexibility and innovation in some of our urban areas, as I was mentioning earlier, where we really want to prioritize density and affordable housing. So there's other things that we're focusing on right now as part of the Charlotte 2040 plan. Looking at developing different ordinance concepts, I mentioned some of those. And then we want to expand a partnership with UNC Charlotte and with our internal GIS team to really start to model some of these things. Like, Tim mentioned different place type targets for canopy. And so once we start mapping those place types, what does that actually look like in terms of an overall canopy goal? And then he also mentioned that 60% of our canopy losses occurred in our single-family areas, and that's an area that we do not regulate now. Other cities do, but Charlotte does not. And we've heard some mixed reviews about should Charlotte explore that. So if we decide to not make changes in those areas, then we need to model out how you would modify then those regulations in our other non-residential areas in order to be able to reach that goal. So there's some work to be done that really needs to be founded in the comprehensive plan and then the UDO development, and ultimately result in an update to the urban forest master plan. So this is sort of an updated timeline that shows how all these pieces fit together. Certainly underway with the comprehensive plan. The UDO team is hard at work and hoping for adoption of both of these documents in 2021 of next year. And I think followed closely on the heels of that will be an urban forest master plan update that will include either the same goal or an updated goal, but that will be something that will come to council for adoption. So you'll have certainly some opportunities to be part of those discussions. So with that, Tim and I are happy to answer any questions.
All right, I have Mr. Griggs followed by Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you for the presentation. As you know, the 2040 plan talks about basically eliminating single-family zoning. So are we working at cross purposes here? I mean, that plan recognizes the need for higher density and more housing, given the growth that we expect in the city. But now you're telling us that the single-family sites are the ones that have the greatest share of the trees. So how do we reconcile those things?
Yeah, and that's a challenge that we have all been discussing internally as well as with our stakeholders, is that the change of going from a single-family home to a duplex or a triplex could create additional lot coverage that makes it more challenging for trees. And that's part of the work that we hope to start to model with UNC Charlotte to see, what does that ultimately look like? I mean, we're still, at this point, trying to understand what is the total lot coverage. Is it going to be the allowable lot coverage? Is that going to be significantly different for a duplex or a triplex, or are those areas just going to be smaller as it relates to what you could build as a single-family home? So, but we recognize that that could be a challenge there in our single-family areas.
And one more question. You comment on the fact that the higher income areas have more trees than elsewhere. Is that because for lack of investment, or is that for lack of available kind of terrain to plant trees?
I will defer to Tim for that one.
I think that's a key part of the analysis we want to continue on with UNCC, is that we're not quite certain. There certainly is some connections we've seen related to redlining, but in single-family areas of both low-income and higher-income areas, the density is similar. There are some, less dense areas with higher incomes to have more tree canopy. But it's something we just don't have great input on right now, and we want to find out more about before we make any significant policy recommendations.
Right, because we'd need to know that, to know whether applying money to this is actually going to help to address that balance. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Driggs had addressed one of my questions around single family and how that will impact our tree canopy moving forward. Well, I have a couple of questions. Tim, if you could go to slide where there is a goal number 7.
Oh, Deb. Which one?
She said goal number 7.
Oh, gold, sorry. Okay.
Yes, right here. Okay. So, over here, the proposal is to decrease the acreage of tree canopy loss on residential property. Are we looking at no net loss policy that other cities have in their books as we are looking at the overall tree canopy goals?
That would be a goal that, could be explored as we get further along in the urban forest master plan update. Right now, I think that's a really big question as to what Charlotte does with its residential single-family areas. Other cities approach it in different ways. Atlanta regulates trees as small as 6 inches on all single-family areas. DC prioritizes larger trees. So there's a great deal of work to be done there, and we heard from the community and some of the engagement work that we did that they had some concerns about Charlotte sort of stepping into those regulations, and so we just need more discussions on that matter.
I understand. So as we know that most other cities have greater protection, and certainly we have a lot more work to do here as we are losing three football fields of trees daily. So if we don't do something about it, we are going to continue to see more loss, as we have seen significant loss in past couple of years. Also, have we looked at collaborating with organizations such as Tree Charlotte and Sustain Charlotte that are doing a lot of tree planting work, especially Tree Charlotte, to help us grow our tree canopy? And have we looked at that?
Yes, so Tim and Ty and I, Phil, met with the folks at Tree Charlotte just a couple weeks ago. We have a memorandum of understanding with Tree Charlotte about how we partner together. And I think it's a good time when we get a little further in the community work and policy development to meet with them and see how we might want to modify how we partner together. And so it was a great meeting. I think both Tree Charlotte and the city left that feeling really energized about the opportunity to modify that and work together and better to create better tree canopy in Charlotte. So we're supposed to meet, I think, in early January or early February to map out next steps of what that arrangement would look like.
Okay, great. That's great to hear, because that's the only organization that I'm aware of that is actually doing the grassroots work of reaching out to schools, nonprofit organizations, neighborhoods to help us plant trees, especially in communities of color. So we're going to continue to expand there. Tim and Allison, I certainly appreciate your work there and certainly helping us push this survey out. I've attended some of the meetings where you have worked with various organizations to help push this survey out to get more participation. So I'm pleased to see that. I certainly appreciate your effort there. And Taiwo, thank you so much for your leadership.
Mr. Winston?
Yes, I just wanted to answer Mr. Driggs' question. I'm sure we will pay more money and spend more time with studies and schools. But the answer is that city, state, county, federal public policy redlined. It also placed Black, brown, and working class communities in brownfield areas, areas where it's poor environment, places that there were robust trees were clear cut for transportation projects like I-77 and Brookshire Freeway, and those prime lands that did have the quality of environment that we want for all of our citizens were left to wealthy to upper middle class white residents of Charlotte.
All right, Mr. Eggleston?
Thank you. Just wanted to point out, since it was raised and Allison made the point that a duplex or triplex would in all likelihood take up a larger footprint on a parcel and thereby be detrimental to our tree canopy, that while that is true, and I don't mean that you weren't understanding of this point, but I want to make sure that we're all mindful of the fact that that is still a lower net impact than if all three of those households lived separately on three separate parcels. So I think that there's often a false idea that density and preserving our tree canopy are at odds with each other, and at times they might be, but if each individual person is living on a smaller footprint, they're having less of a negative impact on our tree canopy. So density is not necessarily the enemy here. It could be a solution.
Right. Any other comments? Any other people virtual, Ms. Jackson? So I too think that this is one of the most important things. I don't think we ought to give up on our goal. I would like to ask, how do we do more partnerships to incent working? I know in DC they do funding. The household has a funding contribution, but they provide a certain amount of support so that the programs are continuous, because it's not just the allocation towards what the city can do, but you're getting more people interested in it, and you're doing a lot of education around it. I also wonder, how does this work with parks and our greenways, and what does that mean? And I don't know if it's incorporated, but I think that's an important collaboration that we need to have, not just with Tree Charlotte, who is an excellent organization. Dave Cable started, and supported by Rolf Neal, and just really has stayed with us the whole time to do this work. And so I want to say thank you to the citizens that started this program, and in so many ways still actively engage in the work that we're doing. But I think the biggest question that you're saying is, are we going to regulate single-family homes? And then the question will be, what is the cost of regulating those what does it add to the cost of affordable housing? And I think that is a trade-off that we make with the input of our citizens surveying and asking them that question. But it also depends on the magnitude of the work. So I don't want to avoid the hard question, but we all know what the hard question is.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there any other discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Jones, what's next?
Mayor, we will round it out with the state and federal 2021 legislative agendas, and
All right.
Dana Benton is coming in.
Mr. Fenton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dana Fenton. I serve as the city's Intergovernmental Relations Manager. I'm pleased to be here tonight to present the proposed 2021 state and federal legislative agendas. Next slide, please. Oh, I've got the clicker. Thank you. Very good. Over the last couple of months, the Intergovernmental Relations Committee has met 3 times. Once in September on the 21st and on October 14th, the second time, to hear state and federal legislative requests. We had a whole lot of requests this year, about 26 of them. On October 19th, the committee proposed the state and federal legislative agendas. November 2nd, those were previewed here with the City Council at the strategy session. And also that evening, the Budget and Effectiveness Committee recommendation to add the Charlotte Firefighters Retirement System request was added to that agenda. And of course, we had a general election this past Tuesday, November 3rd. And there we go. We have 3 new members of the Mecklenburg State delegation. A new senator, DeAndrea Salvador, in Senate District 39. She takes the place of Rob Bryan, who did not run for the seat this year. Terry Brown, who takes the place of Chaz Beasley in House District 92. And a familiar face in John Bradford, who ran for his seat again after being unsuccessful 2 years ago. He's in House District 98. And I'm frequently asked about what is a legislative agenda, what's its purpose, that type of thing. Just wanted to provide you a few points tonight, is that the main purpose of the agenda is to specify the City Council's legislative goals for a particular year, in this case 2021, to both the U.S. Congress and the North Carolina General Assembly. Those goals are based largely upon, this year especially, upon City Council's strategic priorities. And also, I would note that quite a few committees and council members and others were doing a lot of work that contributed to the agenda that's going to be presented tonight. There are really 4 core strategies to develop legislative wins that we look at, and I like to call these the 4 key ingredients, sort of like cooking a meal. First ingredient is that you need to have actionable and specific goals. We try to stay away from aspirational goals because our members of our delegation are going to be looking for things that they can work on that are very, very specific. Second is to be achievable, especially in the current economic climate we're in. The state is facing some budget deficits, and of course there is always some pressure upon the federal government as well. The third is be ready to work with others. We're always taught about playing nicely in the sandbox and work with the organizations that we work with usually, like the statewide groups, other local governments, and the business community. And then finally, be ready to work with the party in control on areas of agreement. And this is a really important point because the party that's in control decides which bills get heard in committees and which will be moved out of those committees. So if you have a bill that's being introduced that doesn't have the support of the leadership, then that bill will usually just sit in the committee for the entire 2 years of the legislative session. Moving on to the state legislative agenda, the proposed agenda, and I went 1 slide too many, sorry about that. The first issue as we get back to it has to do with mobility, and just generally is that mobility or transportation is a very, very strong issue with the state of North Carolina. There is a lot of support for transportation and infrastructure needs around the state, but I can't sugarcoat it this year because as we know that there are going to be challenges in trying to get a tax increase, and we need to get one for the Charlotte Moves recommendations that come out, or even trying to advance light rail priorities. There is a belief among the leadership that light rail is not a desirable form of transportation. The next one, the digital divide. This is another strong issue with the General Assembly. And over the last couple of years, the General Assembly has put nearly $100 million in the broadband infrastructure around the state, mainly in rural areas. But in urban areas like ours, where we have fiber crisscrossing the city, the issue becomes one of affordability for low-income families. And we've seen that this year with the pandemic and with students staying home to learn virtually. And there's been, of course, you all took part in helping to fund some of the efforts of CMS to get hotspots out to school children. We still need to test this issue in terms of trying to get some state help with helping people in low-income circumstances to afford their subscriptions. We need to test that idea out with the leadership. And of course, we need to be cognizant of the fact that state budget issues, state budget constraints due to the pandemic are before us. The North Carolina Airport Improvement Program, this is a very, very strong issue. Over the last couple of years, the General Assembly has seen that airports are real economic drivers throughout the state, and they have put a lot of money into the airports the last couple of years. I think the allocation for Charlotte Douglas International Airport this year is about $29 or $30 million. It's the highest among the 10 commercial service airports. And of course, the city is using, or the airport's using that money to put into debt service, which helps out both the airport maintains a debt rating, and also the airlines. It helps their cost structure. And I think the General Assembly this year saw that approach, and they thought that was a win-win situation. But of course, as you all know, NCDOT, where this funding comes from, is under some financial pressures. And so we recognize that there could be some budget issues with that coming down the pike. And I would also like to say this also came from the Airport Recovery Task Force that Mr. Driggs chaired earlier this year. The next issue, the Charlotte Firefighters Retirement System. This is the proposal that was added last week to proposed agendas. This would be to adjust the employer contribution rate to strengthen the system's funded status. And this too is another strong issue. And this is an example of well-managed government in action. You are the sponsors. The City of Charlotte is the sponsor of the Charlotte Firefighters Retirement System. You have the obligation to bring issues up like this to the General Assembly to keep that system solvent. And finally, subpoena power for citizen review boards. Excuse me. It was looking like that this could be a strong issue this year, but recent events have changed that outlook. I know that the City Council is very desirous of getting this, but with the recent election, it will probably impact that schedule again. But we are committed to developing a path forward to securing subpoena power in the future. And of course, the Intergovernmental Relations Committee has that referral before it, and we're going to be resuming discussion of that referral next week. And that referral, of course, was made to the committee from Mayor Lyles. And moving to the next slide, this is the assessment of the state request, which I was able to go over in each of those, describing each of the different issues. Now let's turn to the federal legislative agenda. The transportation and infrastructure position with the federal government, this is a very, very strong issue with the congressional leadership. And this position statement is very similar to that for what you adopted for the 2020 federal session earlier this year. You see two very familiar things in here to start off with. Transit, this is the 2030 transit plan, and then airports, highways, and passenger freight rail. And again, we're stressing the connection between our region and other regions around the state, and especially with rural areas, especially with trying to get funding for highways and for critical aviation infrastructure. Turning to the next page, this is the second part of that position statement having to do with modernizing sustainable infrastructure. You've had this one in your agenda for a couple of years now, but we've also added in, the committee added in the digital divide. Of course, we just talked about that in the context of the state, but there's a lot of discussion at the federal level about this too. And this position will serve the city well if and when an infrastructure initiative is undertaken by the U.S. Congress. There's been some talk about that with a prospective Biden administration, but of course, I think as you all know, there will also be discussions about federal debt and federal deficits as well. So more to come on that. Turning the page to comprehensive immigration reform. Again, you may recall this was a recommendation of your 2019 Immigrant Community Committee that Mr. Eggleston led. The position statement is the same as the adopted 2020 federal legislative position. And as you all know, there's a mix of support and opposition to what we have here. But then again, this is a very difficult issue for the Congress to begin with. So it's really difficult right now to give you an assessment as to whether something like this would pass or not. The COVID-19 guidelines for airports, this is another issue that came from the Airport Recovery Task Force. The larger commercial airports in the country are asking the Federal Aviation Administration to come up with standard guidelines for addressing COVID-19. And we believe that probably with a prospective Biden administration that this could see some more action. And turning, I hope I didn't, yeah, I went one slide too many. This is the assessment of the federal request that I covered in each of those issues. And finally, the next steps, we're getting to the end of the presentation now, folks. We'll be back before you on December 14th for the adoption of the proposed addendas, but before then, on November 16th, the Intergovernmental Relations Committee meets, and we'll be taking up again the referral on the Citizens Review Board process, but also our state and federal lobbyists will be briefing the committee on the 2020 election results at the beginning of the meeting. We'll have Holland and Knight up first, and then Kilpatrick Townsend. And we'll be making sure we send out invitations, WebEx invitations to all members of the council, not just to committee members. And then, of course, in January, in March, we're looking forward to our briefings of the state delegation and the congressional delegation. Mayor Lyles, that concludes my presentation. Be glad to take any questions.
Well, we certainly appreciate all of the work that's being done by intergovernmental relations. It has been important work to combine the initiatives that we have as strategic goals with actually legislation to make it happen. And I think that the biggest challenge that they have addressed is we know if leadership is opposed to things at the state level, that they're not going to let it move forward. And so how do we continue to work on something that's important to us, strategic to us, and bring others in to help us move it forward? If it's something that fits within the principles and guidelines of the leadership, we need to figure out again how to make sure that we stay on touch and on base with this. But I think that the Intergovernmental Relations Committee understands their action items and their aspirational items. And those aspirational items are clearly things that need to have continued work and focus. But the action items, we know that we'll have to follow through. When does the legislature go into session?
General Assembly starts on January 13th.
Okay. And then our congressional delegation at the federal level, clearly we need to know what's going to happen with infrastructure at the federal level and whether or not there's going to be any action, and if there is action, to make sure that Charlotte's on the top of their list. So we'll continue to work with our senators and representatives who've been very supportive for us. It's just that we didn't have an infrastructure. I think President had over 4 infrastructure opportunities, and they never came to pass. So I think we're really behind and hope that we can make an adjustment this time with Vice President Biden as president-elect and when he's installed. So with that, comments from Mr. Bakari or Mr. Winston, anything to add?
I think Dana did an excellent job. I would just encourage, I think a committee for doing the work. It was definitely a heavy lift. I would encourage my colleagues to comment and question. This is our opportunity to, and then that gives the committee and staff time between now and December 14th to consider anything else that you might have to add.
Mr.
To the
Bakari?
conversation, that is.
Okay. Mr. Bakari, do you have any comments?
No, good job, staff. Good job, everyone who contributed.
Okay. Any questions for the committee or Mr. Fenton from the council? All right. Hearing none, I think that we'll go to the next item on our agenda, which I think is your memorandum, Mr. Jones. Is that correct?
Well, Mayor, I normally do that under the manager's report.
Okay.
But you have in the past been able to go to the consent agenda?
Yes, we can do that. Why don't we go ahead and take on the consent agenda, and then we'll be ready to do any other of the actions, and then come back when it's time for the forum, which is scheduled for 6:30? Okay.
Yes.
So why don't we go to the consent agenda? Could I have a motion for the consent items 30 through 74? Well, let me start again. First of all, is there anyone that has an item that they want to comment on? Because I have one for a separate vote that Mr. Winston has requested. Any other items for comment from the council? Any items that for a separate vote besides the one that Mr. Winston submitted, which is item number 30? All right, so can I have a motion for adoption of those consent items 31 through 74, with the exception of, from the staff, has settled 68, 59, 72, 73, and 74.
So
Do I have-
moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And so with this, let's start. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. We would have Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
That's 6. Is there any objection from anyone about this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. So that's the consent agenda. Do you want to go into the discussion of item 30?
Yes.
All right. Do you have your staff folks ready?
Yes.
All right, so we'll consider item 30, which is a replacement helicopter for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. Approve the purchase of a Bell 407 helicopter by sole source exemption, and authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute the contract with Bell Textron for the purchase of a Bell 407 helicopter. I don't know if we have a presentation, but I know that Mr. Winston asked that this be a separate vote, so do you see Chief?
It's Deputy Chief Brochu. He should be
He's in
coming.
CH14, Wendy, if you could bring up, I see, he's not at the podium yet, but he's moving towards the podium.
Okay. So, Mr. Winston, do you want to address your questions? Is he up yet, Marie?
Yes.
Yes, here he is, thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, Chief, I can see the uniform and
It's-
the mask. Who is
It's
it?
Deputy Chief Brochu.
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 Deputy Chief Brochu? All right, Mr. Winston.
My first question I have is actually for the manager. I saw that this was funded out of our capital investments budget, and it says that that's how it was done in the past as well. So, how is our capital investment funded? What is the source of funding for that?
Mr. Jones, he's asking the source of funding for the capital investment plan.
So it's no different than any other program we have, as there's funds generated from taxes to pay the debt that we have on the items that we purchase.
Okay, so this does come out the general fund?
Yeah, this is associated with, much like we do a police station or anything that's related to that. So we have the bonds that go out, and those are, like the housing and transportation in neighborhoods. And then what we have is other items that we purchase that come out, what we call these certificates of participation, or COPs.
But it would be the capital fund, not the general fund.
Yes.
It's the capital fund, not the general fund.
So this item was placed on, for instance, one of a ballot initiative that, for example, we voted on last Tuesday, but from years past, right?
What I'm going to do, I think Ryan Bergman is also there with the deputy chief. If Ryan could come up and speak to the financing of the helicopter.
Chief, don't go too far. Ryan, we can't hear you.
Ryan, you need to click on the green button. There you go.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. Ryan Bergman, Budget Director. Mr. Winston, to answer your first question, out of our 34-cent tax rate, 6.7 cents goes to support our capital program. So it's supported by tax dollars and sales tax dollars. Excuse me. As for whether it's part of the bonds, no, it's not part of the bonds that were voted on, because what citizens were voted on was supporting the bonds with, basically backing the bonds with property tax dollars. This is a different type of debt that you would heard of called COPS, which means that they are basically backed as an asset, like a building or a helicopter in this case. Excuse me, a whole lot of breath. I walked over here pretty quick.
Thank you, Ryan. Mr. Winston, do you have any more questions for the budget director?
Yeah, take your time, Ryan. Take your time.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm trying to get clarity about, does this show up in CMPD's year-over-year budget? I mean, because there have been a lot of questions about this from the community. So does this show up in the CMPD budget, or does this show up in a different line item somewhere else in our budget?
In the budget itself, it shows up in the capital investment plan, where everything that's debt funded will show up. So it wouldn't be on CMPD's page, but if you look in the capital budget, the CIP towards the back of the book, it's mentioned a few times, and there's actually a dedicated page that mentions replace police helicopter.
Okay, I'd just like to point out to staff that when you hear over and over again from the community that we want an audit or an accounting of the assets and equipment that CMPD uses, this is the type of thing that we're talking about, that this would not show up in CMPD's budget. In fact, you know, it would be seen more like a building or a sidewalk. And that is confusing, and that doesn't seem very transparent to people. And I don't think it's very transparent for council members as we try to assess in all of these moving parts. This is a prime example of what we speak of. I don't know if Ryan or the manager would be appropriate to answer this next question. In our CAP, is it one of our strategies to look at all vehicle purchases and find alternatives that are more fuel efficient and would reduce our overall carbon footprint?
Yes, Councilman Winston, we started off with the CAP really focusing on the general fund departments, and we were specific that there would be a challenge for some of our public safety departments because of the fire trucks and things of that nature. So we didn't just have a blanket every vehicle, but I do understand your point that there's always these opportunities to look for any types of alternatives that could help us with our carbon footprint.
Well, that is one of the overall points. A specific point, when we were looking at the need for CMPD's aviation unit, did we look at any options that were more in line with our CAP and got us closer to our CAP goals?
No, that's an excellent question, and I believe that if we could have Deputy Chief Brochu come up, he will explain why this alternative penciled out better than some others. So if we could get...
Just for reference sake for those watching, they don't get the same emails that we get. It is said by CMPD provide us with some stats that says that this helicopter burns 30 to 40,000 gallons of fuel per year.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Deputy Chief Brochu, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, Special Operations. I think the question in reference to was a drone, perhaps an alternative to an aircraft, and some of those questions had come out. Clearly, the two are not synonymous. The aircraft provides a litany of other services to us that a drone does not. In particular, a drone could not fall into pursuit. It's only a drone, for example, is line of sight to the operator. It does not carry people or other equipment. So it is not a direct replacement for the aircraft, at least at this time.
What do we use our helicopters for to carry people? What kind of situations?
So we can deliver people, canines. We can pick up patients if we needed to. We can have command and control over situations. If we need an aerial platform to be able to guide and direct large events. So there's a litany of different things that the aircraft will do for us, particularly that the drone will not.
Yes, the specific question that I had, did we consider any other type of alternative for this helicopter that will get us closer, being that we adopted a CF that specifically addresses vehicles that we use? Did we consider any other options that would get us closer to our CF goals than the purchase of this helicopter?
Deputy Chief, let me take a shot at that. So much like when we started off with this aspirational goals as it related to the CF, we knew that we would be dependent upon the technology catching up with our aspirations. So just like we had our issues around CATS buses, but now we have this great opportunity with Duke Energy, much like with the airport and their ability to begin to convert their fleet over to electric buses. I would say that where we are right now is that we had 2 helicopters that, and Deputy Chief Brochu, I think it's very important you talk about how important it is in law enforcement and saving people as it relates to these helicopters. And so while there may be other ways to help us with our CF goals, let's say, for instance, with drones, there are some things that just don't work well for us now to make that level of a conversion. So 2 helicopters that are 20 years old in the 15th largest city in the country that has been on a list for a while for replacement, it's time for that. As we move forward, and I love all the questions you're asking, Councilmember Winston, is we should do that same due diligence about how can we help with their carbon footprint as we move forward. But right now, this is what we have tonight for those reasons as it relates to technology and safety.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Have any of our have any of our CMPD helicopters been used to extract a person from a situation?
Yes, they have.
Motion to deny the contract.
Do we have a second to the motion? I'm sorry. Miss Ajmira, we have a motion? Let me see if I can get a second to the motion to not purchase, denial.
No.
All right, Ms. Ajmira, let me see if I can get a second to Mr. Winston's motion. Is there a second?
Move to approve.
We have a motion to adopt the item and a second. Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question for our budget director. So in what instance we use, I guess I'm trying to understand, when do we not use our operating budget for CMPD related expenditures?
The only time we would not use the operating budget would be for things such as grants, where we would use the police grant fund, but mostly for capital things, so things we would pay back with debt. And so for the last several years, that has only been buildings. But this year, we did have to replace the helicopter, so that's also in the capital plan. So anything debt related always goes into our CIP.
So, for an example, any vehicles, anything that will require us to borrow money?
Yeah, we would pay for vehicles out of a little bit different process, out of a capital fund, and then the general fund reimburses it, but the same ideal, correct?
Got it. But I guess this would appear, if you're looking for a comprehensive report of all the assets within CMPD, why would this not appear in our overall balance sheet?
Oh, I'm not sure about assets, but as far as in the budget and in the report that we did, with the budget committee where we showed all of police spending. We do have the police helicopter and the vehicles in there. And the presentation that I had given to the budget committee, which had all of the different types of expenditures, does include the CIP expenditures for the helicopter.
So it will include that?
Yes.
Okay.
So it did last year, because this was included in this year's budget. So he addressed it to the committee last year with the police assets, so. All right, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Is there anyone that objects to this motion?
I object.
And with Mr. Winston voting no, the motion passes with a vote of 10-1. Thank you very much, everybody.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, yes, Mr. Bakari?
I was not going to do it, but I was wondering if I could just have 5 seconds to congratulate staff and all the neighbors that worked so hard on consent item number 34, the Barclay Downs sidewalks. It has been a long time coming, and there's a lot of infrastructure in District 6 in South Park that has been crumbling, in need of both safety and pedestrian access and things like that. And this is one that a lot of kids walk down, and I know a lot of parents and families and community members are going to be very happy for. So I just wanted to thank everyone so much for that hard work now that we've approved it.
I'm glad that you brought that up. Is there anyone else that would like to make a comment on any of the consent items to make sure everybody's aware of them? Okay, with that, we still have about 10 minutes, Mr. Jones, so then after the consent agenda, we would actually go to our proclamation, which I am glad to do, which I had planned to ask Mr. Graham to read. And because one of our speakers at the public forum will also address this issue. So because I didn't give it to Mr. Graham, do you want to read the homeless population, Mr. Graham? It's Homeless Awareness Month. Sorry. All right, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas the month of November welcomes in both in time and Thanksgiving and a season for sharing our resources and our freedoms to worship, work, live as independent as possible. And whereas some members of our community do not have adequate employment or a place to live for a variety of reasons, both simple and complex. And whereas there are efforts to bring these homeless children and adults out of the shadows of abundance to address the diverse needs among them, as well as to provide guidance on how to correct conditions that have led to their poverty and homelessness. And whereas our economic challenges call for greater awareness and guidance to address needs among all our neighbors. And whereas the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Homeless Service Network, its member organizations, and its public partners in the city of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County desire to dispel myths and overcome stereotypes of homelessness and to provide opportunities for all citizens to learn about the plight of the hosts and the achievement of homeless neighbors of our community and welcome them. Now, therefore, we, by Alexander Lyles, Mayor of the City of Charlotte, and George Dunlap, Chair of the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2020 as Homeless Awareness Month in Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, and urge all citizens to honor this observance, witnessed by their seal of the City of Charlotte, by Alexander Lyles, Mayor, George Dunlap, Chair, Mecklenburg Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Graham. We will hear from all of us who know and remember Angie Ford, who has worked with the homeless and housing for over 20 years. She has signed up to speak to acknowledge this Homeless Awareness Month during our public forum. So, Mr. Jones, do you want to do the city manager's report now?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. And I'm not sure if Donata's going to pull this one up on the screen or if you have it in front of you. But as you will recall, We were able to, and this is one of the reasons we started at 4 o'clock today, we were able to have 2 additional business meetings for the remainder of the year. One is today, the other one is on December the 14th. So on December the 14th, we will have the Charlotte Moves recommendations. We will also have the Cure Violence assessment. And then lastly, the Legacy Commission recommendations. And then that would be the final meeting for the year. I will tell you that, and Sean, don't worry, I won't have anybody else run up to the lectern. We are tracking, we're on track in terms of the CARES funds. One of the things that we talked about at the last meeting was that if there were any situations where we thought that we may not have all the funds out the door, that we would not want to have to send anything back. I will tell you from the operations side, we feel very confident that we will have all of those funds out the door. And if you've seen some of the construction going on in the building, you could see that. And then from our community support, same concept. We feel very confident that we'll have all the dollars out the door. But I will also send you a memo prior to the 14th, at the end of this month, to give you just another update. But if there was something of concern in terms of not getting all the dollars out the door, I would have reported that to you tonight.
All right. On the back side of your sheet, it talks about November 9th through December 9th events. Is there anything that you're seeing there? Mr. Jones?
No, I guess the biggest thing for us would be that November 10th, the virtual Charlotte Moves Task Force meeting, which would wrap up that work, and it would give you an opportunity to receive those recommendations on the 14th. And again, I'm just thankful for all of the committees that continue to meet. Your staff liaison is working with you. During the course of this week, there'll be discussions about what's remaining in the committee to try to get all of those items out, all of the referrals out, so that at the January strategy meeting, we would have all of the action items that are in the committee coming out of the committee. But that's the end of my report, Mayor.
All right, any questions for the manager? All right.
We could have the clerk read us the nominations.
You want to adopt the nominations? We've got 5 minutes, so.
There are 2 questions.
We have some additional questions, Mr. Eggleston.
Ms. Johnson and Ms. Ajmira.
Who is it?
Ms. Johnson and Ms. Ajmira.
Ms. Johnson and Ms. Ajmira. Ms. Johnson, you have a question?
Thank you. I wanted to know if the summit had been scheduled for the next step for the cure of violence.
Yes, they are. And Sarah, if I get this wrong, I believe it's Thursday of this week and Saturday of this week. I believe the Thursday is the evening and Saturday is close to the midday, but I will make sure that I give you those correct dates and times at the business meeting.
So it's November 19th from 6 to 8 p.m. and November 21st from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. And everyone on council received a flyer and some verbiage that you can use to promote to your communities on November 3rd.
Okay, and then will it be on the city's Facebook page and everything so the public is aware of the date?
Yes, I'm sure it'll be on the Facebook page. We'll go ahead and make sure that it is. Did everybody from CorpCom hear me say that? So making sure that we'll have that out there. Ms. Ajmira, I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, were those your 2 questions?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Ajmira.
Oh, I forgot to lower my hand.
Oh, okay, all right. So tonight, we're going to have Deputy Clerk Stephanie Bell handle our nominations. So let's see, are you ready to tell us? We've got nominations to the arts. I mean, they're after tab 22. Okay?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. For the Arts and Science Council Advisory Councils, Michael Daly received 8 votes. 8 nominations.
I'm sorry.
for at-large Public Sector Central Advisory Committee representative. Tony Green was nominated by Councilmember Graham to the City Council District 2 Public Sector North and West Advisory Council representative. For the Business Advisory Committee, Stephen Lewis received 9 nominations for a 3-year term recommended by the Black Chamber of Commerce. Richard Cuevas received 9 nominations for a 3-year term recommended by the Latin American Chamber of Commerce. Okay. And apologies for mispronouncing. Rahunda Kotha received 7 nominations for a 3-year term beginning upon December 14, 2020, ending December 13, 2023. Charlotte Tree Advisory Commission, Kawana Davis received 9 nominations, as well as Sarah Hart received 9 nominations for a 3-year term. For Enlivian, Antoine Dennard received 7 nominations for a 3-year term. And the rest of the nominations will be brought to you back at the next business meeting, which I believe is December 14th.
Motion to appoint all who received 6 or more.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion of this motion and second for those nominations to be appointed with 6 or more votes? All right, let's make sure that we do this. Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
So there are 6 votes, actually 7, or 6, I can't, yes, 6 votes. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. All right, now we will start our public forum. I'm sorry, yes. Mr. Jones has one more report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. And I believe Angela Lee is either coming to the lectern. There she is, okay. So, Mayor, members of council, in our attempt, the city of Charlotte, to upgrade and update our water billing system so it could be more user-friendly, so that our residents can see how their bills are calculated. We installed a new system. The system went live over the weekend, but we've discovered some issues with auto payments. And my understanding at this point, and that's why Jason came up, there are 385 customers who were impacted. And what we're trying to do is be proactive and reach out to these customers. What I mean by that is that the amount that was drafted was more than was owed. And Angela, if I'm saying anything incorrectly, let me know. But again, we'll get a refund to those customers this week. But again, discovered it over the weekend. There's about 385 customers who are impacted. And I just wanted to make sure that the council and the community knew that we're addressing it as we speak. My apologies for any kind of inconvenience in how we got here. It was really trying to be more customer friendly. And we have this situation where we've impacted about 385 customers. Did I get that right, Angela?
Angela, your mic is not on.
Angela, look down, and it's a microphone right in front of you, and tap the button until it turns green. Look down. Ooh, there you go.
Now we got it. Okay.
You got me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. That is correct, Manager Jones. I am Angela Charles, Director of Charlotte Water. The only thing I would add, Manager Jones, is that with the customers who were impacted, some were over I don't want to say bill because the bills were correct, but in some cases, some were overdrafted and some were under. And so that's the only correction I would make.
You know, Ms. Cunningham showed me today a post from social media that explained the situation, and I would hope that we are not only addressing this individually with an apology, but also with social media saying sometimes we don't get it right and we are going to get it corrected, and with the details of when people can expect to see those corrections. It's the first, almost, you know, the middle of the month, and that can be a pretty tough time if the bills went out and they were overdrawn from their account significant amounts of money, which I understand significant depends on where you sit, but significant amounts to a number of people. And so I hope that we will make sure that that money gets returned as quickly as possible, as well as get things, as well as an apology to those folks, as well as some social media that recognizes that this has been fixed. Ms. Watlington?
In the event that people do end up with an actual overdraft, are we planning on any remediation there?
I am sorry, I did not hear the question beyond the actual overdraft.
Yes, are we planning on remediating any issues associated with people's accounts actually having gone
Yes.
into overdraft? Okay, thank you.
Yes, we are, including any associated fees.
Okay. All right. Sometimes we try and we don't get it quite right, but we know that we can correct things and apologize and acknowledge them. So, Mr. Jones, thank you for addressing this. Do we have someone else?
Yes, Mr. Winston and Ms. Ashmira.
Mr. Winston, followed by Ms. Ashmira.
I agree with the mayor and Ms. Watlington. I would just encourage us, you know, for some folks, especially now, but always, that overdraft can set off a series of events that can make people's lives extremely unstable. And I don't know what the legal ramifications are, or what we're able to do. But in situations, if folks like that are affected, I hope that we can be generous in whatever remediation that we come up with.
That's a great point. Sometimes it's going to take a note or a letter. It may take more than that to acknowledge this was an error, but I'm sure the banks should be able to understand this and should fix that and not flag those accounts. Ms. Ashmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I also saw the social media post, and I agree with you where we have to be more proactive in addressing this issue because it impacts people differently as depending on where they stand. So, Ms. Charles, I appreciate your work there.
All right. Are there any other questions about that? We'll go ahead and move forward to the next item on our agenda, which is our public forum. We have 4 speakers signed up tonight, and we will have, each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. And so, Ms. Jackson, do you have? All right, the first speaker is Maureen Galuski. Miss, I hope that was close.
That's close. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Lyles, Mayor Pro Tem Islett, and members of the council. I'm Maureen Galetsky, and I'm co-chair of the Charlotte East Transportation Committee. Charlotte East supports multimodal transportation connectivity that reflects sustainable approaches and improves air quality for our city. As you know, multimodal transportation includes a network of shared paths, greenways, trails, protected bike and pedestrian lanes, sidewalks, and public transit. Public transit must be of high quality and make life better for residents. That means shorter wait times, getting riders to the right place, and non-auto dependent connections to transit options. Connected multimodal options can efficiently, safely, and economically connect us to work, schools of higher learning, medical services, groceries, retail, and recreation. The City Links Gold Line is in the process of planning for the third phase. A 6-month dedicated bus lane pilot study has a dual purpose for assessing mobility and for the City Links Gold Line Phase 3 planning that may also operate in a dedicated lane. Don't we want benefits of the multimodal transportation in the heart of our community? Charlotte East supports the dedicated bus lane pilot on Central Ave. Central Ave is a critically important economic corridor in East Charlotte between the Eastland Community Transit Center, Eastway Drive, and Uptown. It's a good choice for the pilot and the transit investments made by the city to date. The area that Charlotte East advocates for has the densest population of people living per square mile in the county, and this is based upon the city's Quality of Life Explorer. I qualify this because the definition of East Charlotte has changed as the area's transportation plan is under development. The East Charlotte number 9 bus route that serves Central Avenue has the highest ridership in the city, but the delivery is not of high quality. East Charlotte has a community transit center located at the Eastland site on Central Avenue. The announcement of the revised plan to locate the Charlotte FC Academy at Eastland will bring an increased need for more public access. The Eastland redevelopment, along with the development along Central Avenue today, heightens the need for good public multimodal transportation. In short, good public transportation must provide access, opportunity, and freedom. Not everyone can afford or desires to own a car. Our public transit conversation should be on quality, the needs of all riders, and how good public transit can improve our daily lives. This does not mean that everyone will be a public transit rider and we will have no cars using our roads, but the increased use of public transit does benefit non-transit riders by reducing congestion. Not every person on the bus represents one less car in
Ms. Galuski, your time is up. I'm sorry, I did not hear the bell. So you've had 3 minutes, and we appreciate you joining us and providing that feedback on our plans for mobility in East Charlotte. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Chris Lover. Mr. Lover?
Mr. Lover decided he did not want to speak.
Okay.
They also call him Mr. Boondoggle.
Mr. what? Okay, all right. So the next speaker we have is Angie Ford. Ms. Ford?
Ms. Ford did not rejoin the call.
Okay. The next speaker is Grant LaFoe.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. LaFoe, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Dear Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I am also here to speak about the Central Avenue Bus Lane Pilot Project as a resident who lives in the 28205 area code and drives on Central Avenue pretty regularly. First off, I am a supporter of public transit and have routinely utilized both the light rail and bus systems in Charlotte, specifically the Central Avenue bus route. I find both services to be efficient in their current capacity. This is why I'm confused as to the decision to implement this Central Avenue bus pilot project. I drive up and down Central regularly, and even before these new bus lanes, I never noticed an issue with buses and cars coexisting on that road. From what I gathered, the buses were regularly on schedule with their stops prior to adding these bus lanes. So what research and data was gathered to choose Central Avenue for this project? Since these lanes have been installed, traffic has been considerably worse. I now find myself sitting through multiple stoplight cycles at intersections like Central and Kilbourne, which is something I never had to do in the past. There are fewer cars on the road right now due to the pandemic. It will only get worse. And as traffic in this area worsens, temperatures will flare and people will start cutting through neighborhood roads and endangering residents. Going back to the traffic level, I'm not sure why this pilot project is happening during pandemic. The data being collected now is not accurate for how these bus lanes will truly affect automobile traffic once we get past COVID-19. Congestion and backups will only increase. Apparently, the Central Avenue bus lanes are happening because of the supposed success of a similar lane created on 4th Street uptown. I think it's irresponsible to compare that road to Central. Drivers on 4th Street still have 3 lanes to use, whereas Central Avenue drivers now only have 1 lane in each direction. Additionally, Central Avenue has over twice the amount of traffic as 4th Street. It's not a fair comparison. Another problem I and other neighbors I spoke with have with this pilot project is it was done seemingly overnight and with no effort to really publicize, or maybe I should say warn, Central Avenue drivers of the new bus lanes and their purpose. Furthermore, while there is a poorly worded survey about this project available, it feels like there's been minimal effort to market the survey and gather input from East Side residents. Mayor Lyles is a recurring guest on WFAE's Charlotte Talks. Perhaps she could use that or some other public platform to get the word out about this project. While the Central Avenue bus lanes are being labeled as a pilot project, it feels like they're intended to be permanent. I don't know if the price tag was to repaint the lanes on Central, but I would much rather my tax dollars be spent on repaving the road. From Sharon Amity to Plaza Road, Central Avenue is riddled with potholes and other road hazards. And considering a large portion of the transportation budget is funded by drivers via gasoline tax, it seems like drivers should be accommodated first and foremost. Charlotte has been and likely always will be a car-dominant city, and I feel priority should be given to drivers when considering road projects, especially ones that remove lanes for motorists, and especially when there was no prior issue with the efficiency of buses on Central. One rationale I heard to justify this.
I thank you very much for your comments. So we will have someone from the staff follow up with you. There are a couple of things I think that they would be able to react to your survey comments. But I want you to know that gas taxes do not pay for the highways anymore. That might have been when they first started, but it's a long way from that right now. And so I know that our Mayor Pro Tem serves on a committee of NC First, which is trying to figure out how, since the gas tax is no longer useful or ability to support
Funding the transportation needs.
there are we're going to be looking at other methods, and frankly, there's just not enough money for roads anymore, as well as accommodating neighborhoods and cities. So we've got a tough conversation coming up about that. I hope you'll stay informed and keep giving us feedback. I really appreciate it. So with that, I think we've done every item with the, I'm sorry.
Mayor?
Who's that?
Jake?
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, Mayor, just a question. Christopher Dennis, I thought he signed up to speak. Is he part of the public forum or agenda item 14 and 15?
My understanding is that he is on the agenda item. Well, wait a minute, let me look. Yes, he's on the agenda item.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mayor.
So we've got a number of people signed up to speak tonight. So with that, we will go to our first business item. It is the East Lamar Redevelopment Public-Private Partnership with Crosland Southeast to authorize the manager to negotiate and execute a master agreement with Crosland Southeast, setting forth terms and conditions of the city and the developers' partnership regarding phased property transactions, revenue sharing, and community benefits. The manager will also negotiate and execute a contract with the developer for the reimbursement of costs for public infrastructure in an amount not to exceed $17.25 million, which will be reimbursed from the Capital Investment Fund. And the manager will execute a contract with the developer for the reimbursement of costs for public infrastructure, public parking, and other public improvements in an amount not to exceed $11 million, which will be reimbursed through 45% of the incremental property taxes from a designated area over 20 years. And all of this is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute further and ancillary instruments or non-material changes to the agreements that may be necessary. Do I have a motion to adopt actions items as read, A, B, C, and D?
So moved.
So moved, Madam Mayor.
All right, I have a
Second.
wait a minute. I have a motion by Mr. Newton, and I think a second by Mr. Graham.
Second by Mr. Graham.
Yes.
All right, appropriately so. In this case, we have a speaker, and so Ms. Sarah K. Mooney.
Hi, thank you all so much for allowing me to share this evening. My name is Sarah K. Mooney. I've lived in Mecklenburg County for over 15 years now, which is nearly half my lifetime, a little bit hard to believe. But the last 5 years, I've been a proud resident of the Wallowa Lake neighborhood. My husband and I bought the home in summer of 2015, and what we kind of initially thought would be a starter home has ended up being what will hopefully become our forever home, and that's primarily because we've fallen in love with our neighborhood and our neighbors. Just for some quick context, from where I live, in my front yard, you can see the back corner of the Eastland property, the east corner, where the Language Academy now sits. I took a walk down there today, just a few hours ago, while I was taking a work call, and could see teachers leaving the lot over there, saw some young men from the neighborhood playing basketball. There were kids playing on the playground. It was just a really beautiful little snapshot of our community here in the neighborhood. And I'm really excited for the possibilities of what could lie with this project for the remaining vacant lots. And I'm really grateful to your attention to the detail of the plans and all the efforts that have gone into planning. However, I do have some concerns I would like to bring to your attention now. Crosland Southeast has claimed to have engaged over 700 unique residents. And while that sounds like a sizable number, I think it's worth noting just how incredibly densely populated this side of town is, and it really just a tiny sliver of the total population here in Charlotte East, which is upwards of 150,000. And I attended a forum spring hosted by the Crosland team, a virtual forum, and asked for the racial and ethnic demographic breakdown of those 700 residents, but they didn't have an answer of that. And so my fear is that the majority of people that they've engaged share my background, which is white, middle class homeowner who's civically engaged. And my fear is that the number of those folks engaged aren't truly representative of the diverse backgrounds and perspectives that are housed within even my little street alone. On my little cul-de-sac, just and portion, there's at least half a dozen nationalities represented there, many of whom do not speak English, and many of whom are not homeowners, which leads me to my next concern, that my neighbors will get pushed out due to rising rent rates. And the incredible tapestry of diversity that's made East Charlotte so beautiful will be whitewashed. Currently in the plan, I'm seeing that there are only 80 to 100 units proposed to be reserved for affordable housing, not seeing opportunities for land trusts, guarantees of jobs that offer living wage. Really, it seems the one guarantee is that countless of my neighbors and friends.
Mooney, your 3 minutes are up. Thank you for expressing your concerns on diversity and participation in the project and the other areas as well. So you are the only, Ms. Mooney was the only speaker that I had signed up to speak on this item. So we'll now go to council discussion for the project. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Ms.
Ashmira and Mr. Winston's hands are up.
Ms. Ashmira? Ms. Ashmira?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I support this development. I do want to address Ms. Sarah's concerns around the outreach. I know Mr. Newton has been very proactive in reaching out to communities that's not traditionally represented. I remember where Crossland and staff had met with members of refugee community and immigrant communities, with Nimish Bhatt and his group. They've also met with Astrid Chirinos and others who are actually grassroots leaders in East Charlotte, also with Jose, with Latin American Coalition. So there has been extensive outreach from Crossland as well as from Councilmember Newton. So I would like to speak about why this is so important for East Charlotte. As many of you know, East Charlotte used to be the destination point, not just for our city, but for our region, where folks had their first jobs there, and they used to do ice skating there, or they used to just come out there on first date. And East Charlotte residents have been asking for a catalyst for a long period of time We waited for so long to have a right partner, and I appreciate Chairman Mitchell's leadership on that. And we got to move forward, especially in the current times that we live in, where we need a viable partner, and Crossland and Tepper promises to do that, where we need to bring, where we have jobs, where we have affordable housing, as well as the parks and the greenway open space that residents have asked for multiple times, and something that embraces the international multicultural nature of our East Charlotte. So I am thrilled. I am so thrilled to see this that has come a long way, thanks to staff for their work. And I do look forward to see this getting approved today. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mitchell, followed by Mr. Mr. Mitchell?
Mayor and council, thank you so much. I don't know, sometimes we stay around long enough that we can get it right. In 2012, I had a chance to be on council when we had Studio Charlotte before us, and we did not get that right for the citizens in District 5. And so today is a proud moment. I remember John Archer's leadership, even when Dimple was District 5, now Matt has brought it home. But I remember Nancy Carter will always tell us that the sun rises on the east side. And so tonight, I will be supporting this, but I hope the citizens in District 5, once again, will feel that we appreciate your patience, your understanding, but I think the city council got it right. Crossland Southeast, we thank you for your energy and engagement in the community, and I look forward to Matt celebrating taking us all out for dinner tonight.
All right. Mr. Newton, do you want to address the dinner invitation first, or?
I'm gonna have to clear that with my wife, maybe first. But you know, I appreciate and I like the idea. Wanted to thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mitchell, and all your hard work on this. Tonight has literally been a decade in the making. And I remember years ago having conversations with former council member and now state representative John Autry about this project and many of the challenges it posed years ago. And it's really remarkable to see where we are today, to have such a dynamic and game-changing proposal in front of us for a vote tonight. This has been the byproduct, of course, of years of community engagement and meetings, maybe the most we've ever seen in any type of project like this. And I think it's also extraordinary that we have a proposal in front of us that meets so many of the requests of the community. There is literally something for everyone here in this project. When we had those conversations, we talked about a sports component. Now, certainly we won't be voting on that in this particular vote, but, you know, that's the subsequent vote. We discussed that. We talked about it having, it bearing a reflection to our international community. I think we've met the goal there. We talked about a park that's included here. We talked about the need, because this has been considered a food desert in the past, the need for a grocery store. That's included in this proposal. There's an affordable housing component included in this proposal, something that will complement the affordable housing at the new Upton site, which is hundreds of units that the council approved earlier this year right there. And let's not forget, you know, when we talk about much of the community input, a lot of it revolved around commercial and retail space. And that's included here as well. Seems like to me, not just a home run, but we're hitting a grand slam on this. Or should I say, not just a goal, but a hat trick. So anyhow, I think all of this is underscored. So this is certainly something that is good for the East Charlotte community. It reboots the East Charlotte brand while championing East Charlotte's rich cultural and international diversity. But at the same time, too, I think it bears noting that this is also good for the city of Charlotte because we are tremendously leveraging our investment here. From what I recall, 2 weeks ago during the presentation, we saw a ratio of something like 7-to-1 return on this. Once again, I want to thank all of the players in this process. Certainly the development team, Crosland Southeast, certainly Tepper Sports. I want to thank our Economic Development Department. Tracy and Todd, thank you for all of your hard work. Thank you to the City Manager's Office. Marcus, thank you for all that you did throughout this process. The many conversations we had over the years talking about this and you taking the time, even when it didn't fit in your schedule, to discuss this project. And I want to thank all of my colleagues. Something that I think maybe is overlooked in all of the discussion and the mix, maybe some of the articles that have been written on this, is all the hard work that every single council member has engaged in as well. All of the long hours we've spent discussing this project, which in and of itself, those meetings which have spanned years. I want to thank all of you. So having said all that, I of course support this, would encourage everyone else to support this as well, and look forward to the vote.
All right, thank you, Mr. Newton. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? I think that Mr. Newton has certainly been very eloquent in terms of recognizing not just the project, but the people that made the project worth doing, especially the residents of Charlotte East. So thank you. So with that, I'll start off on the vote. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, those are 6 votes. Is there anyone that objects to this project? If there's no objection, the motion passes unanimously.
Let the church say
I think Mr. Mitchell are the only ones that went through the sound stage. Oh my gosh, it was a while. So, all right, thank you very much. The next item is item number 12, Tepper Sports and Entertainment Agreements for Major League Soccer. That's inclusive of the Eastland Mall redevelopment and Bank of America Stadium. Authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute development and improvement agreements, leases, licenses, and related agreements with Tepper Sports and Entertainment, setting forth the terms and conditions of the city and the sports partnership regarding bringing Major League Soccer to Charlotte, sharing in costs associated with Bank of America Stadium and related improvements for Major League Soccer, the creation of a vision for the mixed-use district in Uptown to support activation around Bank of America Stadium, the creation of a Major League Soccer Elite Academy headquarters and soccer complex at Eastland Mall, and provision of community benefits. Authorize the manager to execute these agreements with Tepper Sports for the reimbursement of costs for expenses associated with Major League Soccer at Bank of America Stadium and the Eastland Mall site, an amount not to exceed an aggregate of $35 million, which will be reimbursed from hospitality funds. And the last item is to authorize the manager to negotiate and execute further agreements in relation to the agreements that I just read. Do I have a motion for the actions A, B, and C?
So moved.
Second.
We have Mr. Newton and Mr. Eggleston as a second. We have a speaker. No, I'm sorry, that's for item 14. So we do not have a speaker on this item. So with that, is there anyone on the council that would like to address the item? I think we've covered a large portion of it. So with that, I'm going to ask. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
That's 6 votes. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. So I'm sorry. Okay, so the motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Corridors of Opportunity Community Development Grant for 1800 Rosal's Ferry Road. Or are we just calling it Rosal's Ferry these days? Mr. Graham, I can't keep up with the language.
The ferry.
I know. So is it just the ferry?
The ferry.
Authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a community development grant agreement with Sankofa Partners, the developer, in an amount not to exceed $100,000 for costs associated with revitalizing the property and building located at 1800 Rosal's Ferry Road, which will facilitate the rehab of an aging property and the preservation of a historic neighborhood. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Graham, second by Mr. Eggleston. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this item?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm really excited tonight for a number of reasons. I'm excited for my colleague in District 5 for his accomplishments, which leads to what we're trying to do in terms of revitalizing corridors and neighborhoods. So I'm really excited for you, Matt, and the citizens of District 5. And I'm excited for what we're about to do in consecutive order for the West Trace Baseball Corridor in District 2, specifically this site. This site is really important because it sits near the 5-point intersection. The developer is Diane Ward, an African-American female, and the city really has stepped in to really support this initiative. It is in close proximity to the 5-point Capitol Plaza, currently under construction. Near the future goal line Phase 2, which is also under construction. The property has been leveraged for both investments from the city as well as from private developers, and I'm still working to get Diane some more. I think she needs a little bit more help, so I'm working from the private perspective to see if we can do more. But more importantly, she's already leased out, right? And here's a developer, African-American. I think that's really important, that's already leased out 4 spaces, all to minority firms on the corridor. And I think that is really so significant in nature. Not only are we approving this grant, as stated, as the mayor read, but she also qualified for facade improvement, security grants, interior outfit. And so I think the city is spending our dollars where our mouth is in reference to revitalizing this corridor under the banner of the Corridor of Opportunities. And so I'm really excited for her, and I can't wait until she opens up that facility, and simultaneously the goal line should be operational. Russell Ferry State Street will be done. The underpath near I-77 will be done. So the lower end of the corridor, really as we approach the holiday season into program year 2021, there's a lot of ribbon cuttings will be happening down there, and I'm excited for her, and I'm excited for the residents of the community. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. No other person would like to speak, so we'll start with the vote. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yep.
All right, we have 6 votes. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is item 14, Corridors of Opportunity Rehab Loan and Community Development Grant for E-Fix Development Corporation for 2023 Beatties Ford Road. We have a speaker, Mr. Dennis. Is he still signed up?
I'm here. Good evening, Mayor
Yes.
Miles and entire City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Mr. Dennis.
My name is Christopher Dennis, CEO and founder of eFix Development Corp., which is a minority and veteran-owned small business. Special thanks to the mayor and entire City Council in creating the opportunity to develop public and private partnership for items 14 and 15. I'm excited to be a part of the change that's happening on Batesford Road and the West End Corridor. This has been a journey to work with each of you and the community in the midst of a pandemic, on such vital projects in the corridor that is in need of positive change. I want to make this statement and make sure everyone understands and feels it that Batesford Road is strong because the people that live there, work there, and invest in the corridor, and I'm happy to be a part of that. eFix Development Corp. is a veteran-owned business that is working to bring a Class A development for the projects at 2020 and 2023 Batesford Road, which is part of the city's Corridor of Opportunity initiatives. We're excited about the development for these two sites and the positive impact in the form of jobs, opportunities, and access to much-needed resources for the community at large. I just want to talk about our 3 pillars, which are the core values of our organization, around community engagement, which is engaging the local community, but also small business development, creating opportunities for small business growth and development, and then art and culture, meaning more than a physical piece of art, but the art of conversation that drive much of the art which drives intentional conversation. We believe in preserving the history and culture of the Batesford Road as we embrace the start of developments that will reshape the perception of the strong and vibrant community. We want to foster job creation by bringing businesses that support the growth of the community and resources that enhance the community's vision for the corridor. At 2023 Batesford Road, we have secured J.P. Morgan Chase as our anchor tenant. As an owner, I'm dedicated to empowering and fostering community as a long-term stakeholder in housing. Our organization also has been a sponsor of the Rosa Parks Farmers Market. Also, beyond the redevelopment, we are also working to collaborate on placemaking space initiatives that will foster entrepreneurship, art curation to preserve and share the rich history of the West End Corridor. As we all know, none of this work happens in a vacuum. I would be remiss if I did not extend a big thank you to my core team for all the dedication that each member has displayed to push this project forward. Thanks to Tryon Street Advisors, the Matheson Group, Historic West End Partners, Vineyard Architects, Lightning Construction, Delgore, Hens Foley, and Shook Kelly. Special thanks to the City Manager Marcus Jones, Councilman Malcolm Graham, and Councilman James Mitchell for the dedication and support for these 2 developments. Thanks to the entire Economic Development and Planning Departments for all the efforts and time and staff that the staff has put into these projects. To mention a few, Assistant Manager Tracy Dotson, Tawu Javari, Solomon Ford, Todd
Okay,
DeLong,
Chris, you're going to
Yes.
have to write thank you notes to everybody else. You've run out of time, so you just have to put that pen to paper right now, okay? I'm assuming that you're not wanting to speak on the next items. I think you've covered everything, but let me know if you do. We'll call on you at that point again. All right, so any further council discussion? Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is a perfect example where a Kappa man and an Omega man can work together.
Oh, my goodness.
So I want to thank James Mitchell. I want to thank my colleague. This is just not a Malcolm show, right? And there's an alpha involved somewhere too, but that's a whole nother story.
Guys, you're going to make some people feel left out pretty soon here.
Well, you know, we can talk about the Deltas too. But no, seriously, the point I'm trying to make is that this is a team effort, and I think Matt said it earlier as well. There's no one council member is responsible for making this night happen, right? And so I really want to thank James. We talked at night, we strategized, played good cop, bad cop. But we got it done, and so I want to recognize his efforts. I also want to recognize Tracy, who really put up with me for a lot of time over the months, and I really do appreciate your work, Tracy and Todd and Marcus, for really kind of, doing what we asked you to do back in January. How can we do it different? How can we pitch the envelope to the line within the legal boundaries so Patrick won't yell at us, right? And I think that's what we did. And so, Chris, I want to thank you because it's that property sat there vacant for years. And Chris took a risk personally and professionally to do it, not only one side of the street, but also when I said, okay, let's do the other side of the street, Chris thought I was crazy. But he accepted the challenge and did it, right? And so the development is only one part of it, right? Getting Chase there is only one part of it. We got to make sure that it's an inviting place that people feel safe there. And so I go back to cure violence and providing the wraparound service necessary that complements the economic development efforts. One without the other will not work. And so while we celebrate tonight, I think it's a celebration for this item as well as the next item. I won't speak on the next item. I think we also need to acknowledge that there's still work to do. There's still work to do. And a lot of the work we have to work with our partners at the county to do, right? And so I just think that we are to acknowledge where we are tonight and take a pause. And if Matt's buying dinner, I'm in. But also know that tomorrow when we wake up, that there's still work to be done in terms of making sure that that intersection there is really moving forward. And also, again, the city itself, in terms of our affordable housing initiative on that corridor as well, on Cluster Avenue, there's a lot about to happen, and I think it is rightly so that Councilmember Winston mentioned that, hey, let's not make sure that we forget about the people in gentrification. And I think the manager and I have been talking constantly about that in terms of making sure, again, that the citizens over there are a part of the change and that they will not be victims of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Winston?
So I have a question that relates to this item and the next item. I guess this could be for Mr. Dennis or Ms. Dodson. On the RCA that we're voting on, it says the development of this is dependent on additional financing. And I've been told that that additional financing could be determined by how the vote goes tonight. So how guaranteed is that additional financing to make this project that we're voting on now and the next one go forward?
So I'll start with that, and then I'll let Mr. Dennis add on, since he's the one that is lining up his additional financing. The way that we would structure our agreements is we talked about two different kinds, a grant and a loan. Obviously, the grants are reimbursement grants, so that's money that's spent first on the front end, and then the loan would be administered from a third party. Part of the way that we would structure that is to make sure that additional money and financing to make the project move forward is in place. We don't want to put money out there. We have limited resources for our corridors. We don't want to put money out there that we can't use in other places, or encumbers money that we can't use in other places. But that's what these partnerships are about, is helping to get the money in place so that Mr. Dennis can secure everything else, can get to work. So we'll work closely with him on that. Mr. Dennis, do you have anything to add to that?
Mr. Dennis, did you hear the question or the comment? The question from Mr. Newton? Is he still on?
He is. Wendy, can you unmute Mr. Dennis, please?
Yes, I'll try to talk on mute. Yes, we are. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we have bridge funding for Site 1, and we're finalizing our additional funding for Site 2, but we're in good standings for both of those, Councilman Winston.
I put my comments out here for this one and the next one. Something that I alluded to earlier in the evening, and something I've talked about with colleagues as we've been presented on this in the past. I know we're about developing this playbook around these corridors of opportunities, the Beatty-Ford Road corridor, specifically in this case. And these are good X's and O's to put on there. A Black-owned business that has been displaced from close by other development, a Black woman-owned business, and in a place that will adaptively reuse an old property on our west side. Those are important things, but again, they are just X's and O's, and we've seen it time and time again. People will be rightly skeptical. What happens in our Black and brown neighborhoods historically all over the place. We have tragedies that occur that are high profile, sort of like the mass shooting that we had on Bates Ford Road and the civil unrest that we experienced this summer. That will be shortly followed by an influx of sudden cash and caring, as we see here. And shortly after that is when the other more rapid capital comes in, and the folks that have been doing the work and really hungering for the change and development get pushed out. We don't have the playbook yet, and I would encourage us to be careful about just putting more X's and O's on the board without developing that playbook, because you only need to look back at history to see what occurs out of that, and that is gentrification and massive displacement. So let's get that playbook done so we can, I don't have to vote on this with the trepidation that I do have today.
Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, for this one, I want to thank staff for committing to our opportunities of corridor and really running with this idea and coming up with a creative tool and solution to make this work. And I know certainly that's not easy. So I appreciate the work that was done by staff here and really providing an opportunity to developers that actually live in those communities, Diana Ward and Chris Dennis and others. So I just wanted to applaud their work here. And certainly thanks to Councilmember Malcolm Graham for his leadership on this, and the chairman, Mr. Mitchell. Appreciate your work here as well.
All right, so we don't have any further questions or comments?
Mr. Mitchell has his hand raised.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Mr. Mitchell?
Mayor?
Yes,
Okay, ma'am.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mayor. This is for Chris. Chris, you're having a groundbreaking ceremony sometime next week. Can you share that with council at this time?
Yes, I apologize, my screen froze. So yes, we will have a groundbreaking ceremony on November the 19th at 10 a.m. I'm inviting all the city council out, and all those parties who would like to attend. It'll be an opportunity to see the project. I will say the comment that Councilman Winston mentioned. I will say that, you know, being a small business owner myself, I was displaced, and this is an opportunity in the right direction to help change the perception and the things that we're seeing on Batesville Road. I think that some of the business developments that we will bring have encouraged, will encourage job opportunities, but also at the same time put a vision forth of for entrepreneurs that will see the project and can understand the change that we're pushing for as a corridor and a city to drive change to that corridor.
All right. Okay, so now we'll go to the vote. Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And then who? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
So we have 6 votes. Is there anyone that objects to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is item 15, Corridors of Opportunity Rehab Loan for eFix Development Corp. for 2020 Beatties Ford Road. Approve a rehab loan in an amount not to exceed $904,000 to eFix Corporation for rehabbing the property and building located at 2020 Beatties Ford Road. Authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a business matching grant contract not to exceed $180,000 with eFix for facade security, interior upfit improvements contingent upon receipt of successful application by the developer. So with that, do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Who was the second? Mr. Eggleston, Mr. Graham and Mr. Eggleston made the motion. Mr. Dennis, would you like to speak again?
Motion to not repeat everything that was just said about the last one.
I think Mr. Dennis,
No,
is he?
no, I just thank you.
I think, Mr. Dennis, what they're saying, when you got to win, you don't need to talk about it. So,
there you go. I'll apply
Okay, as they say, who said drop the mic? Well, oh my gosh, all right. So is there any further discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yep.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
That's 6. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Chris. Mr. Dennis, very, very much for the work that you're going to do. And I just want to say, when Chase came, they talked about Beatties Ford Road because one of the people that was on their relocation team for all of their expansion in this area is Faith Leach, who used to work for Mecklenburg County. And, you know, when people live here, they don't forget about us. So I really want to say thank you for that as well. Okay. The next item is naturally occurring affordable housing rent subsidy pilot program. To approve a naturally occurring affordable housing rental subsidy program, we ordinarily say NOAA's, pilot program for Lake Mist Apartments to allocate funds over a 20-year period for affordable rental units, and to authorize the manager to negotiate, execute, amend, and renew the contracts needed and consistent with the purpose for which the program was approved with Social Serve and Archdale Lake Mist Apartments, NOAA, LLC. Pam Whiteman is available for any questions, but do I have a motion to approve items A and B?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Ms. Watlington made the motion. Who seconded it? Mr. Graham. Okay. So with that, is there any question about about the item? Mr. Driggs.
I just want to make the comment, I discussed this with Mark Etheridge, that I think the structure where we set aside property tax receipts in a fund to pay for subsidy is an imperfect structure to the extent that we really don't know with certainty what the amounts will be that we end up contributing to the fund. So I don't totally understand the structure, and I'm kind of hoping that it doesn't become a blueprint for a lot of future transactions. At the same time, I think the value here is pretty clear, and I really do want to support NOAA transactions. So I'm going to vote for this, but just hope that in future we study this structure a little more closely and see if we can align the contributions that we're making with the benefit that we are projecting for the project. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with that, and now I'm hoping, Mr. Manager, that before we kind of move forward with this, like beyond this project, that we have an evaluation with Mecklenburg County, I mean, just to kind of see where we are with it, right? Before we kind of go any further with it, I think, before we broaden what we do, right? I think we need to know, have a case study. Okay.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm just going to add to, not much more to that, but I agree with my colleagues on that point, especially because this is a program with a for-profit developer. So this is something very new for us. The good news is we know the principals in this transaction, and they're great partners in the community. So I'm excited to go ahead, and I'll be supporting this as well, but I too want to see how this goes and use this sort of as a test case moving forward.
All right. Mr. Winston?
Yes. So I had this I had this concern, and I'm not totally sure kind of where we're going now from where I hear from some of our colleagues. I wanted to see this as the actual case study, and this program, this pilot, this idea is to make a whole lot of sense. For how, to answer the question of how do we better leverage our housing trust fund dollars for our 30% AMI residents, because we don't do that well. And it seems like this is a solution to this. And I want to go into this with the idea that we are going to figure out how to make this a citywide, repeatable program, and that this isn't just a solution for this one development. So if I can just get some input, I haven't been able to get staff to say that this is where we're going with this. So I would ask Ms. Weidman and Mr. Jones, what is the intent here? Are we looking to create a citywide program that looks like this out of this case study?
So, Mayor, members of council, and Pam is in 267, but I will start it off, and I hope this answers the question, Mr. Winston. So I believe that this is still in the Great Neighborhoods Committee to assess what a long-term process could be. Going into this one as a pilot or a case study, as you had mentioned, well knowing that there needs to be some more questions answered for the council as we move forward, but this willingness to move forward. Yes, sir. Did that answer your question?
Again, it's the same kind of answer that I've been getting, that there are questions that need to be answered, and it's not clear whether or not we are going into this with the intent of this being a one-off or something greater still. I want to commit to doing this. This makes sense. You know, what we're doing for the public that doesn't understand. As Ms. Eisel said, this is a for-profit developer, so they pay property taxes on that property. And what we are doing is that pretty much one for one, along with the county, we are taking that property tax revenue and we are making a contribution to a nonprofit entity who will issue. I see Ms. Eisel shaking her head no. So
no, it is a for-profit. The company is a for-profit company.
Correct, but what we are doing is giving money to a nonprofit organization who will issue vouchers to under residents that need vouchers to maintain housing at under 30% AMI levels. And this is a pilot to see how this works. This seems like a solution for the problem that we have, and I don't see any kind of robust commitment to figuring out how to make this a more permanent solution and not just a one-off.
Well, Mr. Winston, I'm going to say that it's a pilot. And so I don't think you make a commitment until you've experienced it. So I think, for me, I want to see how it works. I'm not sure if we have everything in place. We also need to test it against, you know, some of the things that we're doing to see how it weighs and what makes it better or differently. So for me, it is a pilot. And a pilot gives you an assessment at the end of, I believe we talked about the county as well as the city have some criteria for a review of this project so that we don't go into it without trying to determine what does success look like. And Ms. Whiteman, I'm going to ask you to address the assessment that the county has already put on the program that we would join, because I do believe it is a pilot. Ms. Whiteman, you've heard Mr. Winston's questions. If not, Mr. Winston, would you repeat for Ms. Whiteman your questions? And I would just like her to answer or address the assessment that required by the county, and it will include the city. Mr. Winston? Pam, can you hear us?
Pam, look down and press the microphone until it turns green.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. So, Mr. Newton, questions for Ms. Whiteman?
Ms. Whiteman, did you hear me? I think we spoke about it.
Yes, sir. So I heard the conversation. I think we're saying a lot of the same thing. This is a pilot. We will, in collaboration with the county, when they pass it on October 6th, they ask for an assessment as well. We will do an assessment. I think you're right, Mr. Winston, and I think the council members, many of the council members agree, this is a way to address households earning 30% and 30% AMI who do not have other sources of a voucher. This is a way to exceed the 20% that you require by 10 more percent. And so this is a way to address those people who don't have any voucher to include more. So we simply want to do an assessment of this development, make sure that we're not missing anything because it is new, with the intent to bring back this as another tool to our affordable housing toolbox, whereby we serve more households at 30% AMI. Does that help?
That was the answer to my question. Thank you very much.
All right, so any other questions? All right, so
Yes,
we
Miss-
have I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ajmira.
Ms. Ajmira, and then Ms. Johnson.
Oh, yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So when I had a meeting with Mr. Etheridge, I had asked about this model being used in other places, and he had mentioned there were similar models in other cities that were being used to tackle affordable housing, especially at 30% AMI or below. So when we do an assessment, if we could also bring back some of those comparison, because apparently it's already been implemented in other places where it's successful, this is a no-brainer for me. We are using private sector dollars to tackle affordable housing crisis. It's an innovative idea without really much ask from our housing trust bucket. So I would like to see what are other cities that are using this and how successful it has been there.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmira. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I just want to piggyback off Mr. Winston and Ms. Ajmira. When I spoke to Mr. Etheridge, I was excited. As an affordable housing advocate and someone who's worked in the housing authority, I understood it, and I'm surprised by the I don't want to say trepidation, because I know you all want to be cautious, and we should be, but this seems like a solution. I'm looking forward to broadening this. I thought this was something that it could be an incentive for other developers, and I thought this would just be something that we're excited about, and this can be a solution. So I'm going to support it.
Yeah. And Ms. Johnson, I think we all are excited about it. We just want to make sure that we get it right and that we're not missing anything. So you don't hear any controversy here. You just hear us wanting to make sure that we get this right.
I understand, and so if there are barriers or something we need to figure out, I hope that we can figure out a way to make it work, because this is, again, it's a solution for developers who want to provide housing for our most vulnerable, most underserved. This is a way to do this. So I think we should be looking at ways to make it work, to support it, and to expand it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Johnson. Okay, so this is a vote on the House on item number 15. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
And Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, there are 6 votes. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is item number 17, National Sexual Assault Kit Initiative FY 2020 grant. Authorize the mayor to accept funding through the FY 2020 National Sexual Assault Kit Initiative Grant Program in the amount of $587,000 from the Department of Justice.
Motion approved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. I have a discussion.
I'm sorry, Mr. Winston?
The role of law enforcement is to investigate and collect evidence when there is suspicion of a crime that has occurred. Spending on increasing the capacity to process rape kits is an appropriate use of tax dollars for law enforcement. Council should prioritize funding CNPD's ability to accurately and efficiently process sexual assault evidence. However, this funding does not seem to provide the ability to hire trauma-informed first responders. In speaking with survivor after survivor, they tell me this is what is most needed. Detectives, DAs, and criminalists are not effective first responders to help survivors embark on the path to seeking justice. If we don't find ways to fund more efficacious first responses, then the effect of increased investment in the technical investigatory methods will not be maximized. Thank you.
So I think Chief Jennings is on board. I think the question is, do we use trauma-based folks to address issues of sexual assault? So Marie, do you have? Marie?
Yes, if there's a specific question we have with us, Captain Joe McNeely in CH-14.
Okay, so Captain McNeely?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Great, thank you so much for the question, Councilman. In the previous year's grant award, there was an advocate position that is still intact past this award. There's also a very strong relationship with Safe Alliance as well as other organizations that provide advocacy to sexual assault survivors. And so the specifics of this year's award do not address that, but the specifics of last year's award did provide for advocacy.
And Captain, does that advocacy continue?
Comment out there, so thank you for even being here to speak to that. Do you know why? Why was that not part of the award this year when it was last year?
To my understanding, these are overlapping awards, so that advocate from last year's award is still in effect. It's not going away with this one in lieu of something else. That's still in effect. And in addition to that, we still have our strong partnership with Safe Alliance that provides advocacy in the hospital and out of the hospital as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I know it is a tough segment of crime to deal with. I still stand by that, and I think survivors, as well as folks that work in the space, will say that we need more of these trauma-informed first responders. And I hope that you agree. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely agree with that, and I think you found a very strong advocate for that. We have had quite a bit of training broadly for a trauma-informed response around sexual assault, domestic violence, childhood trauma, that kind of thing. And so it's something that we could certainly bolster in the area of sexual assault, but it is not something that's entirely absent.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. So let's address that. We have Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Yes. Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, that's 6. Is there anyone that objects to the adoption of this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. Now, item 18, the Metropolitan Planning Grant Municipal Agreement. Adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to execute a municipal agreement with NCDOT to support transit planning activities for CRTPO. Do I have a motion? Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. Item 19, appropriate private development funds, approving agreements with SR University, Quick Trip Corporation, BIN, SOR, LLC, and Mecklenburg County for traffic signal modifications, and adopting a budget ordinance appropriating $324,000 for traffic signal installations and improvements. So I have a motion. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Mr. Graham? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
That's 6 votes. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. Decision on North Lake Center Parkway Northeast Area Voluntary Annexation. Adopt an annexation ordinance with an effective date of November 9th to extend the corporate limits of Charlotte to include North Lake Center Parkway Northeast Area properties and assign them to adjacent City Council District 2. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Second?
Second.
All right, we'll start. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Okay, Mr. Graham? Yes. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Yes. Okay, that's 6. Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimously. The next item, 21, is a decision on for I-485 and Arrowwood Road voluntary annexation to adopt the annexation ordinance with an effective date of November 9th to extend the corporate limits to include I-485 and Arrowwood Road area properties and assign them to adjacent City Council District 3. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. All right, Ms. Watlington? Yes. All right, Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. And Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, with that 6, anyone objects to this motion? If no objection, then we are unanimous in that action. The next item is the conclusion of the Tryon Street Plaza. The action is to approve the staff recommendation to conclude the Tryon Street Plaza and reopen Tryon Street between 3rd and 4th Streets effective November the 10th. We have several speakers on this item, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. Yes? Do you need to hear from staff? I don't think the staff was prepared to give a report, but they gave the report at the last meeting. So do you have specific questions for
Yeah, my question's from last week.
You want to do it before, you want to hear the speakers? We usually would hear the speakers after the motion.
Oh, I'm not opposed to either one. I just want to make sure that we were going to hear a report out from staff on the questions
Oh,
from
yeah,
last week.
yeah. The staff will be here. We're going to go ahead and do the speakers first. So I'm sorry, now I've forgotten. Did we get a motion?
We haven't had one yet.
Okay, I know. So do we have a motion to adopt the staff's recommendation? Mr. Graham, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Driggs. Now we'll go to our speakers. Our first speaker is Kent Phillips. Mr. Phillips?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us at this evening. It's just 8 o'clock, almost 8 o'clock, so.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Kent Phillips. I've lived and worked downtown for a number of years. Actually lived here for 6 years and worked here for 15 years. I serve on the Homeowners Association Board for 230 South Tryon, which is located in the block of the pedestrian plaza. And we have been in close touch with the staff. Ty and his staff have done a lot of good work, and I commend them for their outreach efforts to everybody on the block. And they put together, I think, a pretty good report that we just received, I guess, the other day. We have reviewed this final report. It was presented last week to City Council. And we have concluded that we support the recommendations as presented by the staff. There's been, as I said, a lot of important work. There's been a lot of Zoom calls and face-to-face meetings with the staff. I guess a lot of work needs to go into getting a long-term pedestrian plaza put in place, and there's been a lot of lessons, as pointed out here, that everybody's learned from this pilot program. You got to have retail. You have to have a kind of a tourist destination, like if you go to Miami or other places that have these plazas that have been successful. I think they're a lot bigger than our little block. I do want to say that we have reviewed the surveys, and you guys have access to the comments that have been made there. And not much to add to that, except that we empathize with the restaurants that are on our block and who are concerned, and the businesses that are here. They'd like to see the street open before Thanksgiving to get that important, Thanksgiving business in. So from a timing standpoint, we would support what Ty had recommended last week. And I just want to make that clear, because I think there was some questions that were raised at the meeting last week about, what's the stakeholders and the folks on the street and thought about the recommendation.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. The next speaker is Joseph Cartafasa. I'm really sorry, I'm trying every syllable. Cartafasa.
He's not on the call.
Okay, well, that's fine. All right, David Urbanek. Is Mr. Urbanek
Yes,
on the
ma'am.
call?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to discuss with us.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. My name is Dave Urbanek, and I represent the interest of McCormick and Schmick's restaurant located at 200 South Tryon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on agenda number 22. Reopening after the lockdown was a huge challenge to small businesses, especially restaurants. The new dynamic of guest safety was and remains a top priority. We knew that we would be taking a huge revenue loss due to limited seating capacity and reopened on May 22nd. To our delight, we only suffered a 35% sales decrease versus prior year from May 22nd through June 12th, the day of the street closure. Our to-go business had increased 65% versus prior year, and our regular guest base, whom we track through our loyalty programs, increased 15% versus prior year during this snapshot of time, leading us to believe that guests were more comfortable returning to inside dining than we had thought. On June 1st, social injustice protests ensued nationwide, putting a sharp halt to the momentum we were carrying. On Friday, June 12th, the 200 block of South Tryon was closed due to the mural that was created on the street. In stark contrast to the success from our reopening, a new set of data points emerged. Our sales decreased an additional 15 to 20% to a total loss of 50 to 55%, or a total of $235,000 additional taxable revenue from the time the street was closed until now. The to-go business that we spent 3 months in lockdown scratching and clawing for evaporated. We lost 55% of our 65% gain for a total gain of only 10% versus prior year. Also, after our tracking our loyalty members for the duration of the street closure, we found that we lost our 15% gain and in fact are trending backwards to a loss of 20% of member-generated revenue. Lastly, special occasion meals, which typically made up 35 to 40% of our revenue, decreased to a painful 10%. In addition to our data points, a large part of our jobs is talking to our guests. Feedback from much of our clientele has centered around free and clear access to our property and safety. There have been numerous instances where disorderly conduct and harassment has caused us to close our outside dining. In your last council meeting on November 2nd, there was a discussion on the needs and safety of the residents, businesses, guests, and staff, which I would be happy to share our experiences with if asked. In closing, we do support a pedestrian-friendly plaza. We feel many great things have and still can come out of this pilot project. In the interest of doing everything we can to accommodate our guests going into the holiday season, a fiscal quarter which generates up to 40% of our yearly revenue, we ask that the street be reopened tomorrow, November 10th. Clear and safe access to our property is paramount to the success of our fourth quarter, especially in these unprecedented times in the middle of a pandemic. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I did not get the name of your restaurant.
McCormick and Schmick's.
I can't.
McCormick and Schmick's, ma'am.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you all.
Our next speaker is Cass Otley.
Me? Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, City Council. I'm against the opening of that street. The Black Lives Matter mural was painted the first time, I believe, around June 9th. A couple of days later, it was vandalized by black tire marks before the city had an opportunity to close it. The Black Lives Matter mural has become more than just paint on the street. It is a statement of promise for this city to do better and invest in its most marginalized Black and brown communities through partnership, and it echoes that Black and brown lives matter and they're of value in the city. It is a statement of change as it become a location for community and visitors to take pride, pictures, and enjoy. It has also become a safe space for a lot of the youth to gather and ride their bikes, skateboards, and scooters and enjoy themselves. The conclusion that restaurants in that location near the mural have lost business due to the street remaining closed when there are several restaurants and businesses that have closed around Charlotte over the last few months in several different locations, the latest being Amelie's French Bakery, seems misguided. There is not a lot of parking on that street, so people normally have to park elsewhere and walk to those businesses. Most of the businesses that closed have stated the same reason for their closing: less people traffic due to COVID-19 restrictions, and also a lot of businesses adopting a remote working model. With the current temperature around the election in this country, in the state, and in this city, I feel that it's not a good time to open the mural because there is a real fear and a threat of it being vandalized again and creating unrest in our city. For that reason, I'm against the reopening of the mural. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Otley. Altamika Stevens? All right. Ms. Stevens?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Councilor, City Manager. My name is Altamika Stevens. I've worked downtown. I bring my family downtown. And so the mural, it shows transparency. It opens the city up. It brings a diverse of people for whatever their reasons are coming. Most people seem to enjoy themselves. I feel like to close it now in re-election time and everything, putting that in perspective, it just shows that the city is not gonna stand behind what they were standing behind when it was put there. So I think to take it away from the families like my own that go down there to enjoy it. And like, Ms. Otley said, we have our youth now that feel safe to go there and also enjoy it. I don't feel like it's affecting the businesses because only about 20 cars can park there. So that's not gonna stop people from going to those businesses. I think COVID has a lot to do with that, and the mural there or not is not gonna do anything because if you open the street, it's not gonna be there anymore. It's already been damaged, and it looks like it's been damaged again. So, I just feel like a plaza, some type of permanent space needs to be put there to open it up and show that we're permanently gonna be transparent and open to our Black and brown people.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Okay. All right, our next speaker is Benton Jones.
Mr. Jones decided not to speak.
He's what?
He decided not to speak.
Okay. So the next speaker is Huleen Burton.
Mr. Burton is not on the call.
Okay. The next speaker, Diana Benson. Ms. Benson?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. I think we need to reopen the street. I do a lot of driving around town. It is very inconvenient for the simple fact we already have a lot of streets that are one way, you go this way, you go that way, and you just have to go so many blocks out the way just to make a decent turn to get wherever you're going, whether it's north or south. And furthermore, I just think all people are welcome uptown. And the city does not need to have a symbol for Black Lives Matter to say that all people, regardless of your race, color, or creed, is welcome uptown. We all know that everyone is welcome, and everyone was going, no matter what their nationality was prior to this. And furthermore, the symbol of it, it does not, yes, families are going there, true, but the organization itself does not stand for the nuclear family, and especially Black families. And Black families need to have, they need to have a support base in that, and they need to be encouraged to have a nuclear family. When that came about, there were riots, and I'm gonna say riots because of the vandalism. If it was protest, that would have been one thing, but there were riots and destruction. And we shouldn't award bad behavior. That's not our city. At least I didn't think it was our city. And I hope it doesn't become our city, because it devalues the majority of the citizens in the city. And that's including Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, Puerto Rican. It includes all of us. So I think I'm asking the city council to reopen it, because it would be the betterment of everyone, and including the businesses. The businesses do need to be open, because there are probably people where there's only 20 parking spaces or not, that just do not go in that area because of the inconvenience of being able to drive through and because of the mural. So I think it needs to be reopened.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Benson, Lisa Fiskus,
She is not on the call,
Zachary Edwards.
and he is not, he actually left the call early.
Okay, so those are all of our speakers. Now, I think that Mr. Eggleston.
And Ms. Johnson has her hand raised as well.
Okay, so I have Ms. Watlington, okay, wait a minute, Joe, you're just kind of, okay, let's start off. We have Ms. Watlington, who had some questions for the staff, Mr. Eggleston, Ms. Johnson, Mayor Pro Tem, and Mr. Newton.
And Mr. Winston.
And Mr. Winston? Mr. Newton, Mr. Driggs, why don't we I should just start at the top of the list and go down. So, Ms. Watlington.
Okay. Hi, Ty. I've got a couple of questions. They're really just follow-ups from last week.
Okay.
We talked last week about some of the information we would need to know in regards to the concerns that were listed in the report. Has there been any update in regards to a policing plan or a noise ordinance and addressing the issues that were listed in the report last week, or businesses being able to, or their patrons being able to park, or a parking plan? Has anything happened since last week?
No.
Okay.
But if you have specific questions related to security concerns over the time that the block has been closed, I think we have Captain Brad on to be able to respond to those specifically, but nothing has taken place in the last 1 week since I was last here.
Okay, let me ask this question then. Officer Brad, can you tell me?
Hi there.
Hi there, how you doing tonight?
Great, how are you?
Good. Can you reiterate, I know we discussed it last week, but based on the data before and after, is there a need for increased police presence? And if so, do we have resources to provide presence that is required for keeping this street closed?
So, yeah, certainly to answer that question, we have, about a couple months ago, we recognized a need to have a presence there based on kind of speaking with the residents, the businesses, the property managers, particularly in the evenings. So we have used some grant money and have an officer out there 7 days a week from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., which helps facilitate that. And they're really a individual who, answers questions, helps just facilitate the, the safety of everybody out there. So that is something that that we would continue as long as the road would remain closed.
Thank you. As it relates to business access, a couple of the speakers brought up a good point, and one that I had a question about, considering some of the things like Amelie's closing and some of the other businesses that have seen a negative impact due to COVID. Have we been able to differentiate between the impact to businesses related to COVID versus related to the street closure? Or if I ask it differently, are the businesses specifically on this street disproportionately impacted in the time that we've had COVID?
We do know that there were a couple businesses in this block that, 2 restaurants that I'm aware of, that are not operating, but not because of the street closure. No. That was prior to the mural installation and the street closure. But we also know, though, that 2 restaurants, McCormick and Schmick's, as well as, I believe, Ruth Chris's, because of the way they're located at 3rd and 4th, have had difficulty with valet parking, whether people order to pick up food, things like of that nature. But we have not had any closure of businesses as a result of the closure of the block.
Okay, and so then my last question kind of, if you could speak to some of those things, assuming that, well, let me ask you 2 questions. The first one is, currently, can you reiterate the recommendation?
So the recommendation is that since we started, especially we have out there Survive and Thrive program as a city, which is really supporting restaurants. I've had multiple dialogues with the restaurants that are still there, especially McCormick and Schmick's, over the last several weeks, and understanding how vital it may be for them to be able to use this holiday period to make up whatever losses they've had. We truly believe that we've achieved our goal for the temporary closure. Nobody expected that the closure would be permanent. That was never the intention. It was meant to be a pilot. And so we've achieved our objectives as staff in terms of if we were going to do something like this again in the future, what would make it work? We have ideas around that, and not just uptown, but anywhere. Even though no 2 blocks or corridors are the same, I think what we've been able to fulfill. If you look in the story itself, I think the very last page talked about next steps. Those came out of what we felt were good conclusions as a result of the study. So we felt there was no more reason to close the street. Having said that, though, I need to quickly clarify something. Reopening does not take away the mural. The mural will not be removed. The mural will be there. Now we have to do a better job of maintaining it, of cleaning it, but also programming some events around it that could result in people requesting for permits so that people can still come and enjoy the mural right there. But the second part of that is that we will memorialize this mural in a way. You have some framed prints that you have, the conversations around that, and got 2 of the artists that you may want to ask them directly questions about the conversations we've been having with the artist community, including ASC, as to how we memorialize this work, because it's a powerful moment in time that we captured something in history that we should not lose. However, while they are connected and related, the reopening does not necessarily mean we're painting over the mural or paving over it. We just have to do a better job of maintaining it while we memorialize it somewhere else.
Okay, and then finally, as we think about through the winter and going into spring, can we expect to see then other places that are ready? What does the outlook look like for staff to be able to come back and say, okay, this is what we know what we learned, and so here's where we want to go next?
I can't speak to specific streets right now outside of Tryon and possibly Camden, which you and Mayor
I'm sorry, you said which street?
which you and Mayor Pro Tem have brought up before. But here's what we believe we can do with both streets, understanding that they're different. But even with other streets in the city, and we can come back to you and identify what streets are, traffic volume, stakeholder engagement, what that type of thing will do. What we could do is to program weekends before December 31 and even beyond, as long as we're in these phased reopenings, we can begin to program how we can do these things over weekends from Friday to Sunday for restaurants, for vendors. I'll tell you, those are 2 streets that I can mention, but I do know that we're working diligently in-house to identify by district what potential streets are also out there that we could have the same treatment for. I know we've had conversation with Councilmember Augustine regarding Noda area as well, but there are some other streets that do lend themselves to this type of thing if we can just program it better. But there's a cost that comes with that as well, obviously. We know that minimally it will cost us about $1,500 a weekend just to be able to open, put barriers, program things, and allow vendors and other things to operate there. But we will not be able to have anything permanent when we do things like that.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, I'll just say I am certainly looking forward to whatever comes at Camden. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. I had a list here. So I had Ms. Watlington, and then what did I do with my list? This is terrible. Okay, so we're just going to keep going. So I believe it was Mr. Eggleston next.
Thank you. Ty, you said that you guys have talked with the artists. What are the feelings among the artists who actually created this piece of art in regards to the decision we're making tonight?
I'll start off, and then I see Sam on, and then she can jump in. Initially, the conversation around this was, where else in the city and on what street can we actually install this as well? But what I heard from them was something that I had not thought about, that I thought was pretty interesting, and that is the fact that this was a moment in time. Recreating the same energy and passion that went into it at that point in time may not happen, even if you create the art. And how do we make sure that it's not just a group of artists, but also involve ASC in the process, in the conversation? So as at last week, I had a very robust proposal from the artist community, as to how we can work with them to make sure that we don't lose this moment. I don't know if you have a question for Sam directly on there, that she can actually jump into it. And it's one thing to hear this from me, but it's another thing to hear it from the people who organized this and really helped to make it come alive.
So then I guess my question will be to Sam, as one of the people who was involved in the mural, and I don't know how many of your colleagues in that effort you've had a chance to talk to or not, but what are your feelings about how the artists who put all of this time and effort into this project, how they'll feel about the street being reopened or not?
Thank you, Work, and thank you, Ty. I appreciate everyone giving us the time. Truly, on behalf of the artist, we've stayed in contact with all of the artists on this project. Firstly, we would like to say thank you to everyone here who had a hand in allowing this to be possible, and the subsequent pedestrian plaza, which allowed further art engagement with our community. The positive energy created on that block was palpable in both the artist community and the general public who came out on that day or visited since. It was an opportunity that many of the artists never thought would be possible. So to have such a large platform in the first place, in collaboration with the city and with the complete trust in the artist's voice and vision, made possible to create this space into that magic that we've all been able to kind of recognize, to reflect and engage on these important conversations. Really, it has been the priority of the artists and organizers behind this mural to continue that support for freedom of speech and expression through the arts. If that is not going to be on that block, or if that's going to be throughout the city, but it's about the sustainability for artists to continue having that platform by instilling sustainable programs in public art, which focuses on the trust in local artists to engage the public on these important conversations and authentic storytelling. Uptown is a really amazing platform to do that, especially for artists who have previously been less represented in the area. So we were excited, the artists as well as us as an organization are excited for moving forward and developing these future programs, which would continue the momentum of the Black Lives Matter mural. It was a moment of time. All of the artists involved came together to create this. One instance, but this is something that the artists do every single day in this city and continue to share their voice and will continue to share their voice. So we just hope to create a more sustainable future for that to continue. And for other artists who call the city home. Thank you.
All right, the next person is, I'm sorry. I'm
not even close to
okay.
that. So I've had this conversation with Ty, and the former deputy city manager and I had this conversation before, in the first couple of months that I was on council, as one of the two people along with Councilmember Graham who represents North Tryon and Uptown. It has never been a particularly efficient way to get through town, north or south. Church and college are much more efficient ways to move vehicles. I have long thought that Tryon was ripe for the creation of a pedestrian plaza, And after being out of town this weekend with family in a city that has a pedestrian plaza, they call it a pedestrian mall, that had additional seating created, permanent additional seating created in that plaza for restaurants, that had places for people to sit. It had all sorts of wayfinding and permanent fixtures and was really, really well done. Those businesses were thriving, and I think it underscored for me what a value this could be to the businesses along Tryon. I'm glad we did what we did, and I understand that we did it as a pilot, so we weren't at that point going to make the investment in permanent fixtures and creating all these additional improvements to the area there. But I think if we're going to close a portion of Tryon, it can't be one block, and I think if we're going to close it, it can't be temporary, and it can't be done with plastic barricades and orange signs wrapped around telephone poles or light poles. You know, I think it's got to be done in as part of a more holistic and broader plan. And that's what I'd like to see. I hope that we take what we learned from this and bring it back as a proposal for what this could look like in a more permanent and larger project, because I don't think that what we've done was set up for long-term success. I think it was a success in terms of bringing the community together around this moment in time, around this piece of art, around the message behind the piece of art. But I don't think that it was done in a way to be permanent and to be successful long-term. And I wish that, I'm asking that we find a way to make it a larger, more successful, more holistic project. And not just, you mentioned NODA, you've mentioned South End. I think there's multiple places we can do this, and I hope that we will, whether it's on weekends, every weekend, or whether it's 24/7. But I don't think we can just keep one block closed in a vacuum without really activating it and without having better aesthetics, better activation, more seating for the restaurants so that this kind of thing benefits them. So that's my ask, is that I hope, and I think Councilmember Watlington said something to the same effect, I hope that what we see out of this is a plan for how we can do more of this and do it even better.
Yeah, if I can respond to that, Councilmember Augustine, that plan is already in motion. That we are going to look at Tryon and reimagine that stretch. Understanding the same thing that you just said, it's the only one street uptown that lends itself to that possibility. And part of what you're going to find in the all-in 2040 plan of the Center City is to reimagine or envision the future of a Tryon that is pedestrian active 365 days a week, 24/7. And so what we're doing right now is putting together a group, a steering committee made up of our placemaking staff, our Center City staff, our economic development, and just kind of look at what does that look like once that plan becomes adopted in early 21, and then start making efforts around how to implement them. You're right. We came up with 4 different cities that have something that we envision. Atlanta, New York, Santa Monica. For the most part, they're 1 block to 2 blocks. But they are all activated with mobile seating, tables, bicycle racks, places for kids to play. Some even have mini golf places where people can just come and do life. Rather than stop vehicles from moving through, but you get there, and that's example that you shared when you went out of town. And we haven't done that with this block. And that's one of the reasons that we've learned some things from it, that if we were going to do this on Tryon or Camden or anywhere else, it has to come with programming. And that's really where you begin to have the success that you want, because not only does it support economic development in terms of businesses, it also attracts people and fosters that interaction.
All right. Councilmember Johnson?
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions to start. Tywell, when this when the mural was first designed, the street was open for the first, I think, day or so. Was the plan for the street to be closed?
So initially, once we realized after we installed it, we did not close it immediately because we needed to engage fire, police, as it's very important for emergency vehicles in that space as well. Plus, there had not been any notice or announcement to people who use this that this was going to be closed. But we also saw there was a lot of people coming into that space. As a matter of fact, one of the speakers tonight, and you're familiar with that, about somebody who actually ran over the artwork and damaged it some. And so we also wanted to make sure that our first thing was let's install barriers here, not only to address safety, but also to see what it really looks like in terms of getting people into that space. We had to speak, obviously, with public health officials because we were still in the middle of the pandemic, and I had to put signs all over the place about people respecting those distances and wearing masks. But we had to also pivot because what police could live with, fire had some issues with that as well. So that took a little bit of time until we got everyone on board with the type of barriers we will install that was movable for fire, but that was also easily accessible by emergency vehicles and also delivery vehicles on that block because there were USPS and FedEx, I believe FedEx, that was also on the block that still needed to be able to get in. So for a day, I believe it did not come together, but once it finally came together, that was when we installed the barriers.
So the goal was to close it, or was the goal to leave it open?
The goal was always to make it temporary, was never to keep it in that space permanently.
So did the artists, because some of the cities, the streets are open. So were the artists expecting the street to be closed?
I don't know if they were expecting the street to be closed. It's interesting, my conversation with the artist in that particular moment was captured in what Sam said. They were just so happy that the city, as a public entity, was partnering with them to do something that was life-changing, game-changing. The logistics of it, whether you close it or not, was not even a conversation as much as the excitement for the opportunity to partner with them. And my conversation with some of the artists, frankly speaking, is also that they never expected that this was going to be permanent. They all knew going into it that at some point the street would be repaved over, even though the timing of that repaving is going to be several months away. But it was just the excitement of the moment of really being able to install something that really reflected individual signatures of the artist. So there was no conversation around what happens with closure or not.
Right. So I was just thinking, because I don't think we expected it to be permanent, and initially it wasn't closed. We closed in response to vandalism. And we know that when we open this, in this current environment, it's going to likely be vandalized almost immediately. I mean, we just have to keep it real. We know that's probably going to happen. However, this was for a moment in time. This was for healing. And Black Lives Matter, the whole movement is not exclusive. It's inclusive. Black Lives Matter, for me, is a movement of inclusivity. It's not saying that all lives don't matter. It's saying we want equality. We want to stop the oppressiveness. So for me, if this is harming the businesses, that's something we need to consider. I know we just want to leave it open for another month or so, or I think the discussion is just to leave it closed until December 31st. But if that's the key time for these businesses, we really need to consider that as a council. And the businesses have spoken and the homeowners have spoken. So I would say, even in support of this movement, and I've said several times on council that Black Lives Matter needs to be more than just a pretty mural on the street. You know, if we need to be looking at systemic racism and the ordinances that inhibit our folks from getting fair housing and fair jobs. So I think I'm going to support just being on the Workforce and Business Committee. We've given $30 million to small businesses, and businesses are asking for help. We know that COVID was a small business crisis. We need to look at it like that. I think there's a way to protect our businesses, but also protect and respect the Black Lives Matter movement. I know that we're looking at a city, at a way to memorialize the Black Lives Matter, whether it be through a mural or something. But if the businesses are asking for this to be open during their most important and productive quarter, then I think as a council, we have to take a look at that. We have to be realistic and know that once we open up the street, we know what's going to happen. But if this was not designed to be permanent, then we've had 5 months. And it brought healing. It's a beautiful mural. But again, the Black Lives Matter, if we're serious about really helping our Black and brown communities and Black communities, then it's more than a mural. And the mural's important, and the mural has served its purpose of healing the community. We're going to memorialize it in a different way. I think, Taiwo, you said you were going to have prints made or something. It's a beautiful mural, but we also have to look at the city. And I think as a Black woman and you know, the important, who finds the advocacy for equality and the Black Lives Matter movement important, we also, I find it important that our small businesses are suffering. So this is, for me, as a matter of inclusivity, which I think Black Lives Matter represents. You know, there's rumors that, you know, it's only Black lives, and, you know, that we don't like the police. It's none of that. We're simply asking for equality and for our not to be killed, you know, in the streets and all of that. So I just think that there's a way to balance being pro the Black Lives Matter movement and still supporting opening up the streets to support the small businesses. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
That just summarized it. So I think my points have all been made. I do think that it was so great to see this organic initiative happen. We've just spent $50 million, though, on our small businesses for COVID, and we know that our uptown businesses are hurting. So while we're building out a plan, which I will continue to push for, I think Ty knows that, that we need a good one. We can't just do a half effort to close our streets and make it more pedestrian friendly. We need a real one. But in the meantime, we need to give those businesses uptown a chance to survive. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, most of my questions were addressed earlier. I agree with Councilmember Johnson in terms of supporting our businesses, along with supporting the movement and memorializing Black Lives Matter mural. So I'll be supporting staff's recommendation. Taiwo, I appreciate your leadership on this. I know you had reached out to some of these artists and create this experience for our residents. So, and now we had to listen to our businesses who are hurting and in this pandemic. So I'll be supporting, Taiwo, your recommendations.
Thank you.
Mr. Winston?
Well, it is pretty incredible that we claim to be North Carolina's most progressive city, and we are here squabbling or having this type of a conversation tonight. I would like to remind Mr. Eggleston that every portion of Charlotte has at least 5 representatives, and that street has 6. Mr. Jaoba, I have a question for you. The report that staff put out last week says that the management public space is complex and industry best practices confirms that programming, enhanced maintenance, and specialized management is imperative to the success of public spaces. I think it is clear that from business owners, from residents, from patrons, from staff and council members, that we did not do the best job at programming and maintaining the space. Has there ever been an internal plan created that might have been able to be built upon or executed to provide better programming or enhanced maintenance to Black Lives Matter mural on Tryon?
Good question. That was actually part of the intent of what we did. But if you remember, we right now have 5 Points Plaza also in place on Beresford that we're working towards, and that will give us some lessons as well as to how do you program activities here? How do you make things ADA accessible, for example, the right amount of lighting that you need for safety, security purposes? You know,
you're speaking about 5 Points Plaza, but I'm asking about.
Yes, I'm saying that there's no particular program in place, but what we're learning from, and when you have these types of opportunities, they do teach you some of the things that you can do to make a plaza really a plaza. But there was no program in place that we could have said, let's launch it at the same time as that block was closed. Otherwise, we will have had that in mind. We'll have budgeted for it. We'll have had the right maintenance staff in place, the right program management staff. And there's a lot that goes into this, and not just the budget, but also budgeting for staffing, which is one of the things that we've learned from here as well. So are we going to have a type of program that you're talking about going forward? Yes, that's what we're working towards, that we can actually have something like that that will help us to be able to initiate programs like this successfully in the future.
So this pilot has been extended at least once. Why has that plan not been developed specific to Tryon between 30?
We actually, I believe that initially we were going to open it June 30 was the initial thought. But the reason for that short-term goal at that time was to see what we can put together to put signs there and really be responsive to a lot of what we were seeing immediately. But once we saw that it became, you can't really do a successful pilot over a month period or 3 weeks, we extended it to September 30. But just prior to September 30, we wanted to open it, but we felt that our report wasn't ready. The data that we were gathering using ambassadors uptown were not really ready because it wasn't just this report. There were different data points. We wanted to push it into mid-October. But the caution we had at that point in time was, let's be careful setting another date. Let's just put ourselves and say no later than December 31, while we continue to engage businesses and residents. I met with the residents. I was transparent enough with them to say, this is not the answer you expect from me, but I'm thinking no later than December 31. Said the same thing to the restaurants, but I will do my best to make sure that we accommodate your holiday periods. And so that once I realized that we have everything that we needed in terms of getting the information, getting all the data, putting this report together, there was really no reason to delay reopening from that point forward. But not only that, I wanted to bring Arts and Science Council into the mix, as well as had a number of meetings with the artists as well. So it was really a lot of engaging different people throughout the process, because one thing we did not want to do was engage businesses and not the residents, or engage residents and businesses and not the artists. And so it was really important that we have all of these ducks in a row, rather than just throw out a date out there that we will not be able to fulfill. We feel that at this point we've come to that place where we can actually say we got the information we need. If we're going to do something like this in the future, we're better equipped to do something like that. I celebrate that moment as well. I mean, it was a huge moment, and I'm still celebrating. I have a lot of emotions coming from the installation of this artwork, but I also understand it's a balance we have to achieve with how can we successfully launch something like this going forward in the future that will benefit everyone in the community.
And I want to talk a little bit about success, because there's qualitative success and then there's quantitative success. I will also say, Mr. Jaoba, you said that no one intended for this to be permanent. I would object to that because at least this council member has always been clear, even before COVID, that he wanted Tryon to be a pedestrian plaza between 277 both ends. And I would say that no change occurs without disruption. And we have had a very disruptive period, and I would encourage us to embrace that disruption so we can actually change. But let's take a look at the data that we so often depend on. The report that you put together and presented to us in terms of business owners on that block, more people responded that their revenues has stayed the same or increased versus those that have decreased. 40% of those that responded online actually have never been to Black Lives Matter Plaza on Tryon between 3rd and 4th. You as in the planning department have quantitatively measured that there has been more pedestrian traffic than even before COVID shutdowns on this stretch of block. So when we think of the type of ingredients that you need for small businesses to survive, you have that in increased pedestrian traffic. That is also, if we're talking about McCormick and Schmick's and Ruth's Chris as some type of small business, I think you would also have to take a look at, I don't know, Starbucks, which is on that block, which has increases in revenue over that time. I would also say that, we will be opening a brand new Gold Line a block away from this pedestrian plaza. And since this is already a destination, while we are having destinations that are quite literally in Uptown dying, i.e. the epicenter, we want to build upon the destinations that we do have for the success of our Gold Line. Also, in terms of the data that from responses for people that are for or against this, there is common ground that a better solution would be not to open this, wouldn't necessarily have this one block closed, but to expand it because there's a concentration of folks on this block. And if this pedestrian plaza was to expand a couple blocks in each direction, it would improve the traffic flow. It would improve the ability to make this more permanent and make it more open for businesses and residents alike. Look, if we allow this to close, what we will be doing is successfully patronizing the thousands of folks that came out in our streets this past summer. We will be telling them, because the only businesses that I've heard complaining are Ruth's Chris and McCormick and Schmick's, who have not been able to adapt their valet line in an effective way, and they have lost a couple of people reservations because of those folks who cannot figure out where to access their valet have decided to take their reservations elsewhere. I think there's a way that we can work with those businesses to help, but as it was said last week, by opening up the street and letting the Black Lives Matter mural fade away, we are saying that McCormick and Schmick's ballet matters more than Black lives right now. And so with that, I will make a substitute motion to deny staff's recommendation and leave Tryon between 3rd and 4th Street closed as a pedestrian plaza till at least December 31st of 2020, and guide staff to create a method to manage this public space by using best practices to program, maintain, and manage Black Lives Matter Plaza.
So, Mr. Newton, you said December 21st. But then you said
said
to manage it for public space, so did you mean, I'm sorry, would you, did I hear that correctly?
I said, leave it.
Okay, wait a minute. The clerk, can you tell me what Mr. Winston just said? What was the motion?
So the note I have is that he submitted a sub-motion to leave Tryon Street open until December 31st of 2020 and guide staff to manage it for public space.
Okay.
Winston made that.
I would be open as a pedestrian plaza until December 31st, and the rest of it is accurate.
Okay, so you heard the motion Mr. Winston has made. Is there a second?
I have a question.
I got to get a second first, Ms. Johnson. Do I have anybody on virtual seconding?
I'll second so I can ask
All
a
right,
question.
Ms. Johnson has seconded the motion. All right, I have a list of people that have not spoken, so we'll continue on that list. And Ms. Johnson, I can come back to you. The next person,
I'll get clarification of the motion. Is that okay?
I think I had the city clerk read it. I'll have her read it again. Would you read the motion? And you may need to be a little bit louder.
Sure.
I wanted to get clarification from the person that made it.
Sure, I'll go ahead and read it again. The sub-motion submitted by Mr. Winston is to leave Tryon Street as a pedestrian plaza until December 31st of 2020 and guide staff to manage it for public space.
At least December 31st.
He said at least.
At least, okay.
At least. So with that, at least until December 31st. All right, Ms. Johnson, did you hear the motion?
Yeah, I heard it.
Are you still seconding the motion?
Well, I still have a question. for
Okay,
Mr.
well,
Winston.
I'll come back to you, but we don't have, if you have seconded the motion, so so you've seconded the motion, we'll continue the discussion. Mr. Newton, followed by Mr. Driggs.
All right. So I don't want to underestimate or de-emphasize the importance, the meaning of the mural and its message, which I think we all fully support. And I got to tell you, as a white guy here, I am very much, I think, compelled by both Ms. Johnson's remarks and Mr. Winston's remarks. So I'm torn. Having said that, I did have a question about the preservation of the mural, and I don't know if this was already answered, but it's my understanding that the mural isn't going to just exist in perpetuity. It has to continue to be touched up and continue to be maintained. What is that process? And even if the street were to remain closed, what time period do we have for it to be preserved? And let me also ask this. So, I asked about the process. I'm assuming there are costs associated with that as well. So can you maybe give us a full kind of comprehensive answer on what all of that entails?
We try to maintain it today as part of our street cleaning effort, even though it's closed, but you can see that it's not looking very good right now. I don't know the last time any one of you went there, but that's because we've not really been maintaining it regularly. The last time I believe we did it was maybe about a month ago or so, but that's even with it being closed. So we think with being open, we will increase what our maintenance is by making sure that we go there regularly and clean it up. I'm sure there's a cost to that from our CDOT folks and our solid waste folks as well. However, though, the notion of Tryon was going to be repaved at some point in the future. Just happens to be that that future will be next year. What we don't want to do is to go and pave over it, because that will be more of a harmful step to take as a city. So with reopening or without reopening, we leave it there because it's going to fade with time. Even conversation with the artists was that they knew this was not going to be permanent. With time, it will fade. However, how do we preserve it going forward? one way that we could preserve it is enlarging the prints that you all have that's framed for you tonight, enlarge that and put it in a prominent place uptown for people to visit. It's even possible that we program events around this every 9th of June of every year, around this old mural and the story behind it, and just use it as lessons for young people. Again, like Councilmember Johnson said, this is really more of an inclusive and equitable opportunity to teach young children about our history. And so there is a lot of things that we could do around it. But what I found out is that even our artists know that if you put a mural on the ground, it's not sustainable. It's going to eventually fade. And so how can we memorialize it? Maybe we print it this way, hang it on a prominent wall, or have it in a prominent place uptown. Another way by which we could preserve the memory of it is what Sam said earlier, and that is entering into some partnership with artists in the city to do some residency work, training young artists to just elevate the role of artists in our city. I think that's really, to me, this is really a platform for artists to occupy that important place. I think Knight Foundation released a report a few months ago that talks about why do people stay in their cities. And one of the top 3 things Knight Foundation said was investing in arts and culture is one of the reasons people stay in their cities. This could be one of those opportunities where we elevate the role of our artists in our city. And that, to me, is a bigger way to preserve this memory than just having it on the street.
And I do appreciate, so to be clear, I appreciate the print. I think, though, that it's the mural itself that's special and what really kind of carries the weight of the importance here. So I'm wondering what we can do to preserve the mural itself that's on the ground. What are they doing, and please excuse my ignorance on this, but what are they doing elsewhere? Because, we're not the only city across the United States that has a Black Lives Matter mural. What are the plans elsewhere?
Good question. I can cite a couple of examples. In DC, it's on the plaza right now that's pedestrian focused. It's been like that. And so they maintain it regularly. As you can see, yes, there are cross streets for vehicles, but they really had more than a block. That's really most pedestrian focused. It's become more of a gathering place. It's definitely not like Tryon. Asheville has it in front of a city hall, and the street is open, but they have the mural there. It's not closed. And I believe that they maintain it to keep it, like we're saying, we will maintain this once that street opens. But it's also very important that the way they have it in Asheville is that it's not a linear corridor that people can just drive through. It's on a curve. And they're able to maintain some type of safety for pedestrians and visitors to the mural, which we believe we can do as well. So not all cities have closed the plazas. They just have to make sure that they monitor it, they maintain it, and monitor particularly pedestrian safety and visitor safety.
And so if we were to vote to open this tonight, then it would continue to be maintained, although what you're saying is that it will eventually be repaved over?
Eventually, the street will be paved over, but we think even before you get to that point, the artwork itself may weather with time as seasons change. But we will commit to maintaining it better than we're doing today, as a matter of fact.
So with maintaining, so if you're maintaining it, you're saying even with maintenance, it's going to wear?
Because we haven't been maintaining it regularly because it's in a protected space. But once it's open, then as they clean and wash Tryon, that will be part of the conversation. I think right now we were even saying that there's a pool of water in a portion of the mural right now that's even affecting some of the colors. So maintenance is something we definitely have to take into major consideration as we reopen it.
I appreciate the information and answering the questions, Ty. I guess my visceral gut reaction is much more negative towards the idea of repaving it over, right, than even reopening it, because I think it is important. It's a message that I think speaks volumes. We want to preserve as much as we possibly can. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For someone who really gets the notion of Black Lives Matter, whether it's the death of George Floyd or Breonna Taylor or Cynthia Graham, it is more than just paint on the street. And I can speak for one of the three I mentioned, that she would say that it's the action that we take, not the words that we paint. The action we took today in celebrating what Councilmember Wallington did last Thursday, investing in inner city communities, demonstrates that Black Lives Matter in Charlotte. Or the action that Councilmember Newton took in reference to Eastland, people of color, demonstrates that brown lives matter too. Or the action that we took on Baysford Road, investing in Black developers who in turn are investing in Black business owners themselves to revitalize a Black neighborhood, demonstrates our commitment to Black lives and Black citizens in Charlotte. So the notion that if we vote to open this, that somehow that diminishes and we're not progressive and we're not forward thinking, is ridiculous at best. The street, the council never voted to close the street. The council never voted to paint the street. We agreed by consensus to do it, right? And I've never had an hour meeting about a street opening or closing, which is different for me. This generally is a staff type of thing, right? So this is interesting in itself. But here we are, and it's going to reopen now, tomorrow, or December 31st. It was never meant to be permanent. One council member voted his opinion, 6 is policy. And it's, the phrase "a moment in time" is correct. We will never be able to recapture what happened in June. The protesting on Baysford Road or on Trade Street, all because of our reaction as a community. And we demonstrate our progressiveness without council authority. The management team said, we're going to do this for all the right reasons, and we've done that. And then so that's the whole BLM stuff, right? And then there's the policy, which was the pilot program for the plaza, right? And so we got the data, we collected the information. My colleague is correct. I mean, there's a whole lot we can do to improve it, like I love going down the plaza with the big pots and stuff like that, right? So maybe if we do it in another part of the city, we learn the lessons from this experience so we can do it better to create a public plaza. I'm not sure that's the right location to do it for a wide variety of reasons. We may identify other locations throughout the city to do it. And so I think we collect the information and we do right by the business owners. And it's really, really not about the business. And I'm going to steal your line, Julie. It's about the people who work in the businesses, right? It's about the people who park the cars, wait the tables, bus the tables. I mean, we're impacting them too that work for these big establishments. So I kind of get it, why people are feeling emotional about the words on the street, but I tell you folks, and to the general public, it's by the action that we take as a government body that really will say whether or not we're progressive or not. And we did a lot today. I wish we can do a lot more, Mr. Manager, right? I mean, but we're getting there. Affordable housing bond just passed. We're going to be more creative in reference to how we utilize those dollars. We got a pilot program that we invested tonight that we're going to try to do, helping people of color who tend to look like us, 30%. And so I think we need to get beyond the symbolism. And as I said, when I first took the oath of office on that first night, let's do big things, right? And we've done a whole lot of big things earlier today. This is really small in nature, and I vote that we open the street give our small businesses, those who work there, an opportunity to earn just a little bit more income for the holidays. And any perception that somehow if we vote to open the street that we're against Black lives or we're not progressive as a city, I just respectfully disagree. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. So my question for Councilman Winston, but he clarified, was the date, because he had made the motion till 12/31, but then he said at least. And I took, I don't want to say offense, but to say that we are putting small business over Black lives, you know, I would disagree. I don't think it's a small thing for him to feel that way, but I do know that we've been progressive as a council, just like Councilmember Graham said. So this is it's for the businesses. This was not planned to be the pedestrian parkway, or it would have had more planning around it. This was a response to the Black Lives Matter movement. I do have a question for Taiwo, just so that the public is clear. The plan to preserve the Black Lives Matter, not the mural, but the artwork. Where is this going to be? What's the plan right now?
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about that. I do have, so what I had asked after my couple of conversations with the artists and arts and science representative is to put together a proposal for us as to how can we partner with you to advance art and creativity in Charlotte. It should be. It's very important. It's priority. It's part of placemaking, but more importantly, it's part of city building. And so I have a proposal on the table right now that we're looking at, and it's on multiple fronts. One of them I mentioned is that we frame the artwork, and it can be inside one of our premier buildings uptown that people can visit, or we have it on a prominent wall uptown where people can actually also see it. Today, we had hundreds of prints of the Black Lives Matter that we distributed to people on that plaza. And so people in their different homes will be having these prints and something that will remind them of this particular moment in time. But we are working with our partners at Center City and to kind of talk about how we're going to do that. And you're going to be seeing those as we unveil them. But it's not going to be the same thing as putting it on a wall on the street. It's going to be something that's more sustainable and that's able to be part of the fabric of Charlotte over the years.
Okay, and we spoke yesterday. You said that would be done by December 31st.
That's the plan, to have that big frame uptown before December 31, yes.
Okay, and then secondly, you said that the mural, until that's done, or at least for a little while, it can be maintained. Is that correct?
Not only that, not only are we going to maintain it, but we're also, you know, we're still in our COVID world. We're going to have signs there like we have today that will caution people to be careful as they step on there. It will also be programmed for weekend events as we can, but it will be there. We'll be maintaining it. We'll monitor the safety, but we also make sure that we take advantage of it to have some events as they come up in the future.
Okay, and can we add some extra security or some type of, because we know that that's going to be a target for just because of divisiveness in the country right now. So if the plan is to open the streets, to maintain it, we will need an extra layer of security around it.
And I think Captain Brad responded to that earlier, but we're going to be working with CMPD about that as well. I don't know, Captain, if you want to add to that.
Yeah, no, just to echo what Taiwo was saying, yeah, we will certainly, it's been a priority for us as a division, that particular stretch of Charlotte and Uptown, and that will continue to be an area of focus regardless of whether the road is open or closed. So I can assure you that it will maintain to be an important centerpiece for everybody within CMPD, particularly in the Central Division. So hope that answers your question.
It
Okay.
does. And Madam Mayor, since I've gotten the clarification that I was looking for, I withdraw my second.
Okay, so there is no second to the substitute motion, so we go to the main motion. Let's go ahead and, everyone has spoken, we'll have a vote except Mr. Driggs, who, since he knows I have to be at the doctor's office at 7 a.m. in the morning, has been gracious enough to allow me to get the motion because this is our last item. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Now the motion.
Wait, is this the original motion?
Approve the staff recommendation, so it's a yes.
Yes.
If you go with the staff. Mr. Winston,
Absolutely not.
okay. Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Graham, Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous to accept the staff recommendation. I'm sorry, everybody said it at the same. I'm sorry, the vote is not unanimous, it's 10-1. Mr. Winston said no. All right, we've had the nominations. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Everyone in
Mayor.
favor, so, I'm sorry. Somebody
No, go
said
ahead.
something?
I'll send an email around. You get to your doctor's appointment, I'll send an email around.
I
No problem.
appreciate it, thank you very much.